Well, good evening. Happy Friday to all of you. I was playing around with the intro while listening to the Ian earlier. So, yeah, we have a new intro. Tell me how you feel about the new intro. I don't know how I feel about it. Kind of torn. It's really, really upbeat. It's not. It's pretty upbeat. Uh, but let me know how you feel about it. So, hello, and I'm sorry for those who say ouch my ears. I'll mess with that. I'm sorry about that. That's my bad. Should I roll the old intro just to make sure that we have a little bit of nostalgia feeling? Maybe I should. I don't know. We're gonna do old intro, new intro, and then you guys let me know. Old intro coming in three, two, one. See, now the chat's evenly divided. They're evenly divided. I think I need to find some medium between the two of them. Anyways, welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. Glad to see you guys here. For those of you who are new to the channel, welcome. I'm glad you're here. My name is Rob. I am the owner of the Law and Lumber YouTube channel. I am a licensed attorney in the state/Commonwealth of Virginia, and I have been so for the past 13 years. So on this channel, we discuss legal topics. And on Fridays, because, weeks are tough, and because I'm a full practicing attorney during the week, I go over some of the cases that we've been covering throughout the week and give little recaps here and there. So that's the show. That's what you're tuning into. That's why we're here. As a beginning to the show, I usually just ask the chat what we're doing, how was our week, and what have you guys been up to? I kind of want to hear from all of you. Where are you tuning in from? So Ian will be here soon. Yeah. So I'll talk about that in a second. People like in the old intro, people new is great, some conflicting thoughts. Happy Friday from Alberta. Good evening, everyone. It's been 2 weeks. So last week I had to take things, I take time off because, well, work. The beginning of every year is very difficult for attorneys, especially in the practice of domestic relations litigation, that being family law, which is what I practice in. And the reason why it's so difficult at the beginning of the year is, well, several factors. Divorce litigation and family law litigation is cyclical. Well, it's not cyclical. What am I trying to say? Seasonal. So going into the holidays, there's a lot of quiet until you get right up until the Christmas time, and people are arguing over what the time schedule is for custody and visitation. And then beginning of the new year, everyone either has done what they can to make it through the holidays, and now they want to get things going, or they have a New Year's resolution to finally resolve things that they need to resolve, and they get things going. So January is usually the time in family law practice where we are the most busy. And this particular January, it's not unique to me or my firm, but this particular January has been exceedingly busy. New clients coming in, a lot of new matters. And because of that, I've been very occupied doing the day job. I don't think I got home before 8:30 at all this evening or this week. So it's been kind of frustrating, but we're here. And we are here indeed. So we got Pennsylvania in the house. Southeast Louisiana. Just finished my first week student teaching, listening while doing homework. Awesome. That's amazing. Hear from Runkle. I know. I'll talk about this now. So Ian is doing recaps of the Gutierrez-Reed Rust shooting trial. If you haven't caught those recaps, please do so. Absolutely, please do so. Ian is a regular feature on Friday Night Frenzy, as I am on his channel when he does live streams. We are best buds to the extent that, for his birthday, I chipped in for a tank ride for Ian. It was a lot of fun. But when I was covering the Take Care of Maya trial, if you haven't caught that coverage, there's a whole playlist, so go check that out. When I was covering the Take Care of Maya trial, I was doing recaps, and we have regular shows, but the trial is every single day. And one of my recaps ran right into his usual Monday night stream, and I felt terrible about it. So When I knew he wanted to do recaps, I told him earlier today that he absolutely needed to and should do a recap, and that I would move FNF to make that happen. Because he is probably the preeminent expert on gun law, the safe use of firearms, the technical terms regarding the firearms, and all of the above. Case in point, I am wearing a t-shirt from the Gundies 2023, where Ian was nominated and received an award for Breakout Content Creator of the Year. So I love being able to talk with him, and I wanted to make sure that that recap that he did tonight had the viewers that it deserved to have, and I didn't want to compete with it. So I pushed FNF because we can wait a little bit. It's Friday. We usually run long, so either way. Anyways, catching back up, how was your week? I want to hear about it. What's going on? Computer keeps freezing. Oh no, I can sympathize with that. Happens to me all the dang time. Tina, did you make a clip of Ari listening to the name of Hannah's phone? No, but I heard about the name of Hannah's phone, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's see here. Good evening, watching the stream from Southern California. Lovely. Melissa Gender. His knowledge of guns is very helpful with understanding what we're talking about. Yes, that is an asset that he brings to the table because he breaks it down and gives the summary and explanation in a way that only individuals with his knowledge and skill set could. So friends being friends is good. It always is. Runkle sent me too. Good. Glad to see you here. Lots to learn. Hope you hang out and stay for a bit. Chat's flying. It is flying. Good evening from Ohio. Wonderful. Ian saying I'll be there soon. Just need to grab some more beverage and hug a dog. Hug a dog, Ian, because I've got something I need to share with you when you get here. Pigeon Business sends his regard. Yes, indeed. Lindsay, thanks for the super chat. Hi from Seattle with a bottle of Syrah. Ooh, from South Africa. Ooh, I haven't had any new South African vintages, but I do know that their grapes grow phenomenally. The soil and the acidity of the soil and the temperature and the temperament of the climate, or the climate, perfect for growing grapes. So I'm a little bit envious right there. Queen Olive, thanks for being a member. Erica, woo, caught alive. Wonderful. Holy fast chat. It'll slow down. Just give it a second. It's always a little bit wild when the raid starts and when the beginning of the show begins, but stick around. Trust me, things will slow down, and we will get into the subject matter of tonight's discussion. KVB Studios, I'm going to pour a whiskey and settle in to watch from the Heartland. Wonderful. Glad to have you here. So I wanted to begin the show with a bit of a warning. Not a warning, a PSA, so to speak. About a week and a half ago, for those of you who don't know, Mischief Manager, who is oftentimes ear behind the stage, is my fiance. Mischief Manager is a
That's not me. I had terrible timing.
You don't have terrible timing. That's actually perfect timing, because I don't know if you guys have seen various things posted on either Instagram or elsewhere where someone is walking around a store. Usually the person posting is a female who's walking around a store, and they get a weird vibe from someone in the store who's looking at them and following them around a store. And there's reports of kidnappings, dog nappings, thefts, stealing, etc. Well, Mischief had this incident occur to her while she had Mini Mischief number 2 with her and Leo in the cart.
Don't like that.
Someone was paying extra special attention to her while she was walking around a store picking up goods for Leo and for the household. And it was so obvious that she finally drew the attention of the manager, and the manager spoke to the individual. The individual then walked to the back of the store, but within about 5 minutes was then every aisle that she would go down, the person would peek his head around the aisle. It was so bad that when she went to leave, she again approached the manager, and the manager again spoke to the individual, who again receded towards the back of the store, only to, at the conclusion of her checking out, kind of reappear and clock her as she was walking out of the store.
Yeah, it would have been nice for somebody to clock him.
Yeah. So she walked to her car, immediately called Mini Mischief's father, who's not me, Mini Mischief's father, which I think was the right call. Call dad, get dad there to pick the kids up. And then called me, and me sitting here trying not to panic and present the lawyer voice was going, it's okay. It's okay. She goes, I don't know. Do I call the police? I said, yes, call the police. At
And what
least
you
they
were
can
thinking
make
is,
a report.
I'm going to murder some people.
What I was thinking was, I really wish I was there.
And also, I know how to hide a body.
So I make that
Tell me you
comment.
weren't thinking it.
Oh, I was thinking it. Please show up. They make a report. And at the very least, because she was saying, I don't know if I should make a report because they're probably long gone, et cetera, et cetera. I said, well, you should, because the police will at least document in their system as an incident that occurred at this location. So when they get a call in the future from this location, they have a past documented incident. They know that this is something that could happen there. So it was a scary evening, but nothing transpired of it. Yes, we are in different houses. Yes, I went over to her house. Yes, I brought a certain object with me that, didn't have dummy rounds in it, to make sure that, we felt safe in the house. If you are out at a store, I don't care if you're male, female, etc., especially if you are distracted by a miniature you or a dog, please be mindful of your surroundings, and please talk to people in the store about things that give you those weird feelings you get on the back of your neck. Be aware. You might see it on the news and you might think it will never happen to you. Ian and I practice in areas of law where routinely our clients appear before us thinking that what has happened to them would never happen to another person.
That is true.
So these are not just headlines. Always understand that these things can happen to you, and be aware and be vigilant. And please think of yourself and your family first at every occasion. So yeah, it was not a fun evening. I texted you during that evening, and
I didn't want to. I didn't want to say anything until you said something, sort of to the crowd there. So
it's not fun, and no one ever wants to be in that position. And I can only imagine what she experienced or what she felt in that moment. I can tell you what I felt in that moment, which was helplessness. I was miles away, 30 minutes away by car. I couldn't have done anything no matter how hard I would have tried. It's not a fun thing to feel, but I don't want this to be a Debbie Downer. And here we go. We've got some comments on the topic, so I want to get those before they completely go out of context. Nancy D, and never walk to your car alone. Have a manager walk you out. Yes, they will gladly do that. Yeah. So, Ian, I received a gift in the mail from somebody, and it deserves being called out. And I'm going to read the note. This note comes courtesy of Aurora W. in the chat.
I was going to say, I didn't get you anything.
No, you didn't. Rob and Mischiefs. I bought these a couple years back for my Guinness. While he liked his doorbells, he was not interested in these. He passed away last year, and our current dog is older and has her own way of doing things. Guinness would have wanted everyone to have a good laugh, so I hope these bring all of you that. I trust that there will be videos of Leo using these, and Ian or Emily responding to the call. Thank you for all of the work you do. I'm going to be in blah, 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 and would love to meet you for coffee. I hope Leo enjoys whatever these buttons turn into, and everyone has a giggle in the meantime. So 2 buttons were sent, and these are buttons that dogs push to speak their mind. One is red, one is purple. Ian, which one do you think is yours? Give you a hint.
I'm guessing
purple.
it's, yeah.
So the purple, when Leo presses this,
Not guilty. Bring the Emily.
the red, when Leo presses it,
Not guilty. You're gonna need to call Ian for this one.
it made me really happy. So Leo's going to have fun with that. He's having a lot of fun tormenting both of us. Either way. But that is kind of a backstory. Ian, what have you been doing this week?
Rust recaps. So that's fun.
Recap game is fun, isn't it?
If by fun you mean stressful AF, because everyone's like, oh, a recap's easy. You only need to do like so much time for, in the evening. It's like, you got to watch the whole trial and like take careful notes, and then you've got to prep for the recap, which means like getting your timestamps so that you can go to the moments. And then people will judge you if you miss a moment. Like if there's a moment, they're like, we wanted to talk about this, and it's not on your list. They're like, why aren't you talking about this? And it's like, because I'm dumb.
That's the only excuse you have. I don't know what to say. It's just difficult because the recaps are just a different animal. They're so hard. You're trying to take an entire day of trial and highlight all the important bits while managing a live stream, which is not the easiest thing in the world. I love that people are like, you should do this, you should do this. Sit behind this camera and try. It is not the easiest thing to do.
Well, and the other thing is, I also need to do other work. Like, it's not just like, okay, I've got nothing to do. Like, it'd be fantastic if I was just sitting, like, sitting in bed in my underwear, like, watching this and just like, all right, well, later I'm going to have to put on some pants and, and stream. But I actually have to do more than that. I have to, so yeah, that,
and that's not discrediting any of our friends who do this full time. Like they put a ton of work in, and it shows in the product they create. And I love watching it. It is just, there's a difference between being able to do that full time and then full-time litigation. I've been knee deep in trial prep and pretrial hearings and motions, and every day has been a new fire I've had to put out. So I just don't have the time. I'm watching this trial on 2X at night while I'm folding laundry or doing something else, trying to catch up. It's wild.
Well, I mean, the other thing is I've got less, like, I don't have a producer. I don't have anything. It's me. And, whereas like some of the other channels have like a whole architecture and a whole infrastructure behind them. And I am bad at, I'm bad at asking for super chats. So, I'm a long ways away from that point. So
what I'll tell you is, in this, I talked about this earlier. Shiraz, Rob recapped Maya. How much sleep did he lose? Let me tell you this in this fashion. I lost so much sleep and so much time out of my day that I was given not an ultimatum, but an edict that I'm allowed to do recaps of one trial per year. Like, that's what I'm allowed to do. Otherwise, it'll kill me.
No, otherwise mischief will kill you.
Some combination of the two. Either that will kill me or she will. So Ian's doing recaps of this trial, and I encourage everyone to go check it out, because when I was doing the recaps of Maya, Ian was encouraging everyone to go check me out. Ian is probably one of the preeminent people that knows more about firearm law, firearm use, and firearm safety than any of the lawyers you will hear commenting on this trial. And I can say that with confidence that as far as firearm use, safe use, storage, munitions, etc., there is no other lawyer on YouTube that has more knowledge than Ian Runkle. So
you got to be careful on all of that. It's ridiculous, but like the actions that were taken on that is just, you know, bizarre. So, but yeah, I got to. I do the recap, like in terms of the amount of work they are. The recaps aren't worth it right now. But it's I enjoy talking about them. I wanted to do like gavel to gavel like trial coverage. I couldn't do it. But yeah, it's
my experience from the Maya case is that they don't feel that way now, but once people have recognized that throughout the coverage of the trial, you have become a dominant force as far as the knowledge you have and what you bring to bear, the chat's going to keep growing. So I'm encouraging you, do not be discouraged. Keep doing the recaps. They are valuable.
I'm going to keep doing them just
your
because
way. Yeah.
I enjoy doing them. And like at the end of the day, if I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't do a thing, right? Like that's kind of the thing is I do this stuff because it's fun. And I like hanging out with people. It's nice to go and hang out, you know, hang out with folks. Somebody's asking, will I go on EDB? That's up to her. If she wants to, you know, if she wants to have me, but she's doing a great job. She doesn't, you know, she doesn't need me there. So
it's also different for the lives. Like the lives, there's not a whole lot of time to talk in between.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. So
yeah. On some of the earlier comments, Caitlin Moore, thank you for the super chat. Same in Boston /Fenway security walked me and my service dog back across the street to my locked dorm building. Glad I thought, watch my six. And I glad I taught, watch my six still. Yep. Very important. KRH, don't leave. Ask the manager to wait for police in the office. Creeps don't need to see your license plate. Manager escort is not always enough. I agree. And that was something that was kind of important to me. This question here, will either of you cover the Chad Dorman trial?
I don't know the Chad Dorman thing.
And I saw clips of it. This is he's fighting his confession. He confessed when he was arrested. Fighting his confession in court today, he execution styled his 3 children.
Ooh.
I don't know that I can manage a chat or speak. Let me put it this way. I saw the arrest video. After seeing that arrest video, I don't think I can view this one impartially. That's too hard for me. That's really hard for me.
Yeah, there's a point where it's just like all you want to say is F this guy with a rake from the sharp end.
Backwards.
And yeah, and
it's a tough trial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baby Gator. Bus Stop Rando, thanks to the super chat. My 13-year-old wants to be independent and walk from school. This is the reason I tell her no, it's not her. I don't trust others. It didn't used to be that way, but now what you see, it's scary. I don't know. I remember I grew up in the era where it was you play outside till the street lights came on, then you had like a 5-minute warning before you had to get called in.
Oh, you got the 5-minute warning.
I mean, I kind of did.
Mine was,
I did.
You should be home when the street lights come on. And if you're not, it is time to hustle. So it's like, if the streets lights come on and you're still out, it's time to get your butt back home. So
before we get into our first chat topic, I feel like this is appropriate. Where was it? Brianna Pinkney, thank you for the chat. Happy Friday, Rob. Feeling grateful today. My good friend accidentally shot himself in the leg on Saturday.
No, don't
do that. He's alive and recovering
well.
I'm very glad he's alive and recovering well. I am very sad, and that is scary. I cannot think of a scarier sound And you've probably been in a range when this happens. When someone is either loading, unloading, or they are messing with a jam or something, and they're doing it appropriately and it's face down range. But you hear that noise, that boom that is the unexpected boom that comes at a time when you're not ready for it.
People are super careful at my ranges. But it is said that the two loudest sounds on a range is a bang when you're click when you're expecting a bang, or a bang when you're expecting a click.
Yep.
And I haven't heard a lot of those, but I mean, yeah, it's
and that's why this particular trial, one, I view this trial as a great opportunity to educate people in the do's and do nots of gun safety, because this trial is the absolute example of every single thing you do not do. Handling, managing, storing, facilitating, anything to do with firearms. I can see you're disagreeing fervently.
No, I am not. This is a tragedy that shouldn't have happened. It was utterly preventable, and people ought to have stopped it. And the primary person who ought to have stopped it is Hannah. I mean, I don't like a lot of the defense arguments, because a lot of the defense arguments are basically, she was so incompetent that she set up a situation where somebody was definitely going to get shot. And I'm like, that's not a defense.
That's a problem. And it's not just that. It's when people are saying, well, the situation or the scenario. We talked about this last night a bit. When people make the comments of, well, there were all these other bad things going on. I tell this to clients: just because someone else is doing something bad does not give you the justification or excuse to do something bad yourself.
Yep.
You don't get a pass because someone else didn't do their job. If you are doing something that is placing someone's life at risk, I don't care if the other person does 50% of the job and leaves you to do the other 50%, you do the other 50%, or you walk off the set.
That's the thing, is ultimately her job was to walk out. Was to go, F this S, I'm out of here. And when the armorer walks, the guns walk. Like, that's how that goes. If the armorer says, I'm out of here, the guns are gone too. And if that shuts down production, tough, right? So, tough shit. You're done. So, yeah. And I mean, this is, there's somebody in chat has a great example here. Doctors that are given rusty surgical tools. If you're a doctor and it's like, well, the hospital, said to do the surgery, and there was, and we're assuming that it's not a surgery that's like, we're assuming that it's not a surgery that is like life or death. Somebody coming in with like a gunshot wound, and you got to do what you got to do, right? Mm-hmm. But like, let's say somebody's coming in, they want a boob job. And, they can get a boob job next month. They can get a boob job never, like, whatever else. But what you can't do is be like...
You're at boob jobs. You're at boob jobs. We're at boob jobs. We've gotten to boob jobs. Oh, my God.
What you can't do is be like, well, they're out of anesthetic, and they're also out of, like, we're also out of, like, clean scalpels. Like, we can only reuse a scalpel for that, hasn't been through the autoclave. So we're just gonna, like, F it. We're just gonna do it with, like, a kitchen knife and no anesthetic and, like, go. At that point, your job is to be like, we're not doing this today.
Hang on. I've got a better example. Let's say it'd
be hard to find a worse example.
Well, I've got a good one. Let's say that you've got a surgery scheduled, right? It's a scheduled surgery for, let's just call it a bypass surgery, right? It's a bypass surgery. So you have the physician that's in there, the doctor that's going to be performing the surgery. You have a bunch of staff, nursing staff in there. You have your physician's assistant, the PA. The PA who is in there, who, quite honestly, people don't realize this, the PA is often tasked with a lot of the what people would assume to be doctors' responsibilities, sutures, etc. So the PA is in there, and the PA is responsible for the doctor in that moment. The doctor is there performing the surgery. And
This
the PA,
example is too long.
well, the PA recognizes that the nurses in the operating room are handing the wrong tool to the doctor.
That sentence
Handing
had
the
too
wrong
many syllables. Apologize.
I'm not apologizing. The PA, the nurses
Oh,
are
do you not
handing
get
the
that
wrong
reference?
tool.
That is sad.
I don't get it. The nurses are handing the wrong tool to the doctor, and the doctor is in the course of performing surgery, and
Chat,
the PA
tell
is
me you get
recognizing
that.
this. And the PA is sitting there saying, "You're handing the wrong tools," or the PA notices a tool that has not been sterilized. That PA has an independent responsibility from the surgeon to stop the surgery, to tell the doctor, "I'm sorry, we have to stop the surgery." You can't continue operating when you have the wrong tools being handed to you or unsterilized products being handed to you. You have to stop it. It sucks for everybody. It's costly. It's difficult. It's challenging, but you have to stop it. KVB Studio says Armorer can call cut. Armorer can fire crew. Armorer can force rewritten, recast characters. Armorer can shut production down with one word. Armorer outranks everyone if the guns are on set. Yes, he who controls the firearms, which are the lethality on that set, controls the set.
I'm
Good
also
comment.
dropping a link in the private chat.
Oh no. What is this one? Oh, okay. That sentence has too many syllables. Got it. Understood. Understand now. Borderlands. All right.
I mean,
so
you could probably get away with playing the video, or playing the audio at least.
But let's get into some of the content from today, because we have a lot to cover, and I know you have comments, and I'm going to give you ample room to give those comments, because what the fuck? So, getting right into it. I've got the audio boosted on this one. Closed captions are not available. So
Now,
right
Rob,
now we're beginning.
There's a moment when they show her, like, what her phone is named. I couldn't read it. It was really small. Could you tell me what that was?
We'll get there. Let's just start at the beginning.
Good morning, Ms. Koppel.
Good morning.
All right, you're still under oath.
Yes. Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located, I think, in the prop truck. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Oh, you speak into the mic.
sorry. Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and continue there. I am showing you what we've marked as States Exhibit 44A. Do you?
How's the volume? A little bit loud?
No, it's good to me. But I mean,
Okay.
the chat is the ultimate arbiter as to whether or not they can hear stuff.
Chat, how's the volume? Because I have this boosted by like 600%, because every courtroom, it's always terrible with audio. Audio's good. Audio's good. Purple Lady, so glad Ian is in full mischief mode tonight. Got to keep Rob on his toes. He always does. This
I may
is
have clicked that by
why.
accident.
This is why it takes a litigator to do these live streams. Just saying. It does. We're good at handling the curveballs. Continuing on. So we got a Mary Kay bag.
You recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. What are these?
Yes,
over
as
here
in
on the
make up
right?
Mary Kay.
Those are spent blank rounds.
Okay.
Now, guys, she's got a good reason to pick up the brass because you don't want to leave that on the set.
Correct.
And what are we looking at here?
This
Oh, I'm sorry. This one is 44B. I apologize. Yeah.
They're
this is
really
an
collegial
overall
with each
view
other, and
of
I love
what's
it.
inside that Mary Kay
Mhm.
bag.
Okay. And so were there things underneath these boxes?
Yes.
And what was underneath the boxes?
I believe there were additional rounds underneath those boxes.
Okay. And do you know what we're looking at here on the side?
Now, good example. Ian, when a blank is discharged,
Mm-hmm.
it is very different than a spent casing.
Yeah, you can tell it used to be a blank.
Yep, a blank discharge because the blank is crimped.
Yeah,
The
you'll
bullet
see the crimp.
is not a bullet.
Um,
It's a crimped piece of just sheet metal, steel.
No, it's made of brass.
It's crimped. It's just a crimped piece of brass. So it expands like a shotgun shell. Like when you see a shotgun shell after a discharge, the end of the shotgun shell has gone, whoop, expands out.
Yeah, I mean it'll just expand out to the diameter of the barrel or the chamber. But oh god, you're gonna make me go to the range tomorrow and shoot some. Actually, I don't know if my
Make
range
you.
membership is current.
Make you. I'm not making you do anything.
I
You're
don't
gonna
think
do
I've
that
actually renewed my range
voluntarily.
membership next year or yet this year, so I got to do that right away.
So when you hear them referring to a spent blank round or a blank cartridge, right? Very different than a spent cartridge. Like when those two things are very different for very important reasons.
This is the outside pocket of that Mary Kay bag.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is States Exhibit 45. Maybe I need another cup of coffee. I'm showing you States Exhibit 46. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what's that?
This is the inside of that bag once those ammunition boxes were removed, where you can see loose rounds.
All right, thank you. And States Exhibit, excuse me, 47. What are we looking at here?
This is the middle portion of that bag.
Okay. And do you recognize States Exhibit 48?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a box of ammunition marked as dummy rounds 45 LC that was removed from that Mary Kay bag.
And States Exhibit 48A, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what are these?
This is the foam insert containing dummy rounds that was removed from that box.
And how many rounds altogether, if you recall, were in there?
17.
Okay, thank you. States Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And what's the round that you have there by itself up at the top?
That round that's moved sideways posted a concern at first because it was not making any noise with ball bearings inside like the rest of the rounds were.
Is this
Because
the same
Hannah's
Dentix
incompetent.
round that we admitted in
Dangerously
evidence
incompetent.
yesterday?
It is not.
It is not. Okay. This is just a round that was in that box that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do anything with that round?
We sent that round to the FBI because it was of concern, and their determination was that the ball bearings were stuck inside of it.
Okay.
That was weird. I got why they sent it, but this ends up being a part of the defense's case a little bit. So that's why I wanted to play that little bit. So the ball bearings were stuck in the round. They sent to the FBI. No powder. It was still a dummy round. Now we get to, where was it? We're still with Popel.
Is that live round?
The live round
While it's doing spinny wheel, we'll do this. Ian, you and I have talked quite
This
a bit
is
about
not
what
correct.
these
Dummy rounds should be making a noise, or at least lots of them make a noise.
When they testified about the dummy round that was filled in, I got terrified.
Yeah,
got
I
scared.
actually was sufficiently concerned by that I thought maybe I was an idiot and like maybe this was just something that I didn't understand. So I actually called a film armorer, like somebody who does this for a thing. And I said, hey, am I the idiot? And he said, wait, they had what? You know, he's like, there is no reason to ever have such a thing on set. And the other thing about this is that it's so backwards because it's like she's got dummies on the set that you can't tell the difference between real or fake. It's like,
That's a
then
problem.
you shouldn't. You shouldn't have those. And the other aspect of that is if you pick up a round and you can't tell for certain, for 100%, if you can't be like, I would bet every dollar I have ever earned and will ever earn on this particular thing, then you don't put it in a gun.
I'll
on
go
a
one
film
further.
set.
If you're
Like-
not comfortable enough with that gun being fired at you, like if someone takes that dummy round that you swear is a dummy round and they put it in a barrel, they chamber it and they fire it at you, if you're not comfortable saying fire, it doesn't go in the gun.
And Jetpack Dino is saying, has that armor ever walked off set taking the guns? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yep. They have shut down production because they were unwilling. They have gotten people kicked off set. They have all sorts of things. That armor does not mess around on safety. So, yes, absolutely.
And I froze on this image because people have been saying, well, what does it look like? Is it that obvious? Is it really that obvious? How hard is it to detect? The rounds to the left of the screen, right there, with that big hole drilled in the side. That is what that dummy round is supposed to look like. Now,
not necessarily. They don't all have a hole drilled in the side.
No, but you should be able to rattle them either way. I like the ones that have the hole drilled in the side.
Well, there's times you can't use those.
Which also to me, and thank you for explaining that, because to me that means that the need for that dummy round that doesn't rattle, that's the solid core. Why?
There
Tell me a
is no
justification.
There is no circumstance where you should have one that is indistinguishable in every way. Like that is just not a thing that should be there.
And in this case would be next to all of the rounds that have the hole drilled through the side.
Here?
Yes.
Well, let's talk about that. I want to make sure. Let me ask you this. When you took the rounds out of the styrofoam insert and you lined them up, did you line them up in the same order that they were in the styrofoam insert?
No.
Okay.
Get to the photo. Get to this photo.
Why did you put these 5 at the bottom by themselves?
Because they were a different type of round.
Next photo.
Okay. And so how are these 5 over here on the left different than the rest of the rounds from the box?
So they have the hole drilled through the side.
Jennifer, you're not correct. There's various
all
things
5
that you
of
can't
them?
do with CGI.
Those 4, and then the one on the end would be the live round.
Okay. This one right here.
Yes.
Alrighty. Thank you. States Exhibit 70. Well, let me
Other photo.
stop for a second. I think you testified yesterday that you participated in a search warrant at PDQ Props. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you collect any live ammunition from PDQ Props?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to States Exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a box of ammunition that was recovered from PDQ Props.
That looks
A box
tasty.
of
Would you put your
ammunition.
mouth on that?
Yes.
Was it live or dummy or blank?
Ian, I can tell that you have a certain amount of disgust at the boxing of these rounds.
Oh, I've got
And I
disgust
shared
on
that.
everything.
Well, I shared that disgust. One of the things that I thought of, that you have a lot of boxes that are indistinguishable from one another, right?
I mean, you label the boxes. The boxes
You
are going to
label
be
them.
boxes.
But on a set like this, wouldn't you actually? I would do more. I would actually get either tape like of a different color, change it. Either way, in any event, the boxes that you store munitions in should never look like worn, like they've had water dripping on them for various years, that they should be in this state of, like, you take
The box
care.
isn't the worst thing, but it still looks like not
It's-
great.
Well, the worst thing, we're not there yet. We're gonna do the images of the search. That's pretty bad.
Blank.
Only live ammunition was collected from PDQ props.
Okay. When you were there, were there other types of ammunition there also?
Yes.
Okay. States Exhibit 71, what are we looking at here?
This is the live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props.
And this live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props, is it visibly different than the live rounds that were found on the movie set?
Yes.
And how is it visibly different?
So there were different types of live ammunition collected from PDQ, including different stamps on that ammunition.
And let me ask you this, the projectile shape, is the projectile shape different in these than in the rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
She's doing a pretty decent job. This witness, I don't know if she was on, and I want to get to the end of her redirect, but this witness was kind of a struggle, needed to be led. I don't know if she was nervous, I don't know what, but there was hesitation in the witness getting to what Morrissey wanted her to say, which is, yeah, there's clearly a very distinct projectile in each of these rounds. They are very easily identifiable and separate. They should not have been in the same box. That was what she was trying to get at. But she ultimately really doesn't get there that well. What I want to get to is the cross right about here, I think.
You also took a series of photos of different scenes, correct?
Yes.
And that included the church,
Yes.
and that included the prop truck,
Yes.
and that included Seth Kinney's business PDQ, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck, do you recall when that search warrant occurred?
For the prop truck
Yes.
took place on October 27th.
Okay.
Now, Ian, I want you to spoil it for the chat. You have an opinion on this cross-examination.
This is not a bad cross. I mean, he's been doing
No.
good crosses.
But as a technical matter, if
Oh,
we
as a
are
technical
doing-
matter, his argument is basically that Hannah is so incompetent, so dangerously incompetent, that she can't be held responsible for the dangerous incompetence. Because basically, yeah, he's saying, like, you couldn't tell the difference between this dummy without the FBI lab. It's like, whose fault is that? That's your fault. That's your fault. So, yeah.
And the prop truck, and when he goes through it and says how disorganized it was, or how the level of disorganization, and
That's also
all of
her fault.
it's also her fault. It does not excuse the behavior. But
And I know some
what it
people will say,
does-
well, there's other people who have access to it and so forth. It's like, if you can't manage all of this, then you shut it down, right? That is how this works.
case in point, if you learn as an armorer that somehow your protocols that were in place resulted in someone having access to a firearm or round that you did not put into their hands, what would you do?
Like, if, I mean, this is just shut everything down and leave. Like, this was like the appropriate thing for her to do was to shut everything down and just be like, we're out of here, or to get the shit in gear, right?
Yeah.
Um,
You have a
Yeah.
come to Jesus moment and you bring everyone in and you say, these are the protocols. Anyone who violates it is fired, gone, no longer working on this set. If I see you having access to, or if anyone goes into that prop truck that I do not specifically authorize, we're done.
And when did the search of Seth Kinney's PDQ business take place?
Oh, here we
November
go.
30th.
And then the incident on set, the shooting on set, that occurred October 21st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So October.
He should have made more of a point there. I have an issue with that too. The incident takes place a month before they search the prop house where they knew was the source of the munitions. I have a problem with that. That's a whole lot that can happen. But again, it doesn't excuse her behavior.
October 21st, the prop truck is searched 6 days later. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Seth Kinney's place is not searched for over a month, correct?
Yes.
So during that month period, you have no idea whether Mr. Kinney disposed of rounds or got rid of rounds. You have no idea whether that happened.
No.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Kinney had received rounds from the set of Yellowstone 1883?
Yes.
Because one of those things inside his shop said live 1883, correct?
Yes.
Now, that, as I understand, that was empty at the time of the search warrant, correct?
No.
That canister was not empty?
The box marked live ammo 1883 is the only area we found live rounds.
Okay. Did he not have any other live rounds in that shop?
I don't believe so, no.
Because there were, and we'll show pictures in a little bit, but there were tons of ammunition boxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did you search all of those boxes? Did you look into all those boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Every one of them?
I can't be certain.
Okay. Because there's a lot of them. You remember
Yes.
that? Yeah. Did you, in fact, just take Seth Kinney's word on what was live and what was not?
No, I know that boxes were dug through and it was a time-consuming process.
Now, you didn't seize all of the rounds from that 1883 can, did you?
I collected the live rounds that were in the box marked 1883 that were 45 Colt.
Fast forward. Let's see the search.
Mr. Bowles, are you intending to admit every single photo there?
Yes, but we don't want to show them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going to kind of.
No problem.
she's just like, that's fine. We'll
And
just
then
admit
can I
them.
first
By the way, their cordiality in trial is
Oh, I've been
impressive.
loving it. They're
It's
just being reasonable to each other. It's great because we've seen
It
some
is.
trials where they were shitty to each other.
But we've also seen the motions, and this is something that's really, really important for people to understand. We have seen the motions argument, and in the motions
They got
argument,
salty
they
emotions.
go after each other. They are head-to-head combative, accusatory. They are ruthless.
I
But-
think that this is partially because they're in the room with each other.
It's good. They're good.
Yeah.
The cordiality, they are doing a good job of presenting this case to the jury, with an exception that I'll talk about in a little bit.
ask you, did you say that you had taken some of these photos or all of these photos?
Yes, all of these photos.
Okay. And again, this is from the search warrant of Seth Kinney's business in
Yeah.
November? Okay.
Yes.
Now I want to say just quickly, what is this shot.
This is the back alley entrance into the building.
Okay, next.
That same alley entrance.
Okay.
Say on the record which exhibit? It's J. They're en massing into J.
All right. Mr. Williams,
When you switch to K, let us know.
J. Yes.
When you switch to K, let us know.
By the way, that little thing that sounds so sweet and nice about, excuse me, would you mind if you wouldn't, when you switch, could you just announce that's gamesmanship? That is very sly gamesmanship. Everything that throws him off of his narrative in that moment or makes him look disjointed, while it is viewed as being in the absolute regard of courtesy and being so collegial and nice, that's playing to the jury. And tell me you don't disagree.
Oh, I mean, no, the jury sometimes wants to see a fight.
You don't think that was a little bit underhanded? Like
No.
making yourself look out to be really nice and sweet, and
No.
also throwing them off by inserting what's not an objection, but just asking for a favor?
No, I think that they're actually just being decent to each other. There's places where they could object and they're just like, could you rephrase that? They're actually, I think they're just being decent to each other. They both do it. And I think that I don't think they're being dicks. I don't think it's gamesmanship. I think they're just, yeah.
How did I become the cynical one out of the two of us tonight?
But also, are you sure that was counsel and not like the judge or the reporter?
No, you hear the judge's voice, very different tone.
Yeah, these two just seem to be being decent to each other. They don't seem to be playing shitty games. So
why am I the skeptic tonight?
What other
Maybe it's
shitty
just
games
me.
are they playing? Right? Like they seem to be being decent.
Maybe I'm reading the behavior from the next witness throughout. Maybe I'm reading that to taint the rest of the behavior. Either way, let's look at the prop house. So you guys heard the witness testify to Marissa Popple. She testified to having examined, in her words, all of the boxes at the prop house and retrieving all of the live rounds from the prop house, and that she examined all of them to the best of her recollection. Let's look at the state of the prop house.
You can't get those pictures any bigger, just out of curiosity. I mean, it's up to you. But
Yes, can we make those a little bigger, Mr. Williams, if you could zoom in?
So I mean, that was the
Okay.
judge.
And ma'am, did you say what that one was?
This is another angle from that back alley.
Okay, next.
Again, a different angle from the back alley. The gate leading into the back alley.
Now, is this how this looked? Okay, this one too. This is how this looked when you went in?
Yes.
Does that appear to be disorganized?
Yes.
And again, this one is very disorganized?
Yes.
Okay, next one. What is this picture?
This is facing the entrance from where we came in.
Again, there's stuff everywhere. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, the next one. Okay, what is that one?
I believe this was a look into a closet.
Okay, and is there pizza boxes there?
Yes.
Did you know if he lived here too, Seth Kenny?
I do not.
Okay, you go to the next. All right, and is that the one, Mr. William, with the rounds? If you could show that. Okay, what are these we're seeing?
These were boxes and boxes of ammunition.
And this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier. There was a lot of these, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was other places where these were. Okay, here are these more boxes,
Yes.
and are these all different kinds of ammunition?
I believe so. Yes.
And again, I think you said you couldn't recall whether you all went through all those boxes.
No, I could not recall.
Okay, and keep going. Okay, we're
I don't know
flipping
why
kinda
they-
quickly, but what is this? This
I don't know why they flew through those that quickly. I would want to focus on every element of that prop house.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I don't
the
know.
point, well, the point is let's say that, you know, there's a
job
certain
is
amount of, but no, there's a certain amount of distance that Hannah can put between herself and the prop house, right?
Whose job is it?
No, there's testimony that the sourcing of the materials was above her. So there's testimony that supports the contention that that was not her job.
I mean, her job is keeping this organized. Like, if this is not organized enough to be functional, like, her job is to walk. If they can't, so nope. This comes back to her.
But this is playing to the jury.
Oh,
It
for
might.
sure. But this is, you got to be careful, because if the prosecution is able to, put this on her, maybe you don't want to have lingered forever on just how awful it looks like.
That's true.
Machine.
I believe this was a vice that was sitting on a counter.
Okay.
Yeah, and if it's Seth's prop
And
house and
more
she has nothing to
ammo
do with
boxes?
it, then you can
Yes.
linger on it.
Now zoom in on this. Did you see any of them with the JS?
Yes.
And you know, that's a fairly common box. Have you seen that in Seth Kinney's business as well?
Yes.
Now, these ammo boxes in general, you're aware, aren't you, that they can be purchased off the internet for 25 or $10?
I don't know that. so.
Okay. I mean, but these are standard little white boxes. They're all over the place. Are you aware
Are
of that?
they?
That they're standard way.
It's not bad. It's pretty slick. Like, you have to admit, he snuck in outside evidence. Like, he got evidence in that he.
Yeah, I was like, that is kind of shady,
It
dude.
was pretty slick. It was a slick move. It should have yielded an objection. It didn't. But I was somewhat impressed by that.
Yeah, they should have complained about that.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, if we can move to K.
Is there going to be some kind of demarcation so that we know which is J, which is K?
Baldwin.
Yes, Your Honor. We need to go back and make sure that that's demarcated. We'll do that.
Morning break. Let's get through the morning break. Hang on.
What?
Law Junkie, it's the job to be the safety person to shut shit down. That is the job. And if you're not doing the job because you are, whatever, then you're failing at the job, right?
And
is...
this is what I was talking about earlier, where the defense attorney is speaking to a jury.
Yeah, but I mean,
This
I
is not the
get that
law.
this might, she might end up being acquitted on this basis, but this is the job, right? The job is to be the safety person, and if you're not willing to do that or able to do that, then you need to not do it.
And that's
Right.
well, that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that this is playing to the jury, but it is inconsistent when you talk about the firm application of the law across all, whether it's young, old, male, female, whatever. The law is supposed to apply neutrally, and you cannot. People are saying that they're scapegoating her. Mind you, they're charging Baldwin, and yes, what's his name?
Yeah.
The assistant director who pled, David. David Halls. Yes, David Halls. David Halls pled, and he ran to that plea deal. He saw the writing on the wall. And I don't like that that's there, but that's also how the system works. Seth Kenney is the only person that I feel like should have been included in this round of charges that wasn't. No plea, no nothing, wasn't charged. I'm not a big fan of that. But if we're talking about equal application of the law, every link in this chain is responsible for this death. but I recognize that the jury might be feeling that way. Come on.
Maybe see.
I go to exhibit.
Ask permission at this point to publish exhibit in the N series, and I'll be labeling as we go
The
individually.
N as in Nancy series?
N is in Nancy
Okay.
series,
So,
and I will individually label each of them.
okay, so what happened to the M's? Because we just started with the M's and then I interrupted you, so. Okay, all right, I understand.
And those will be labeled as well.
Okay.
Your Honor. Okay, ma'am, can you see that photo which is N as in Nancy 1?
No,
You can't see it?
No.
Oh,
there's nothing on my screen.
okay.
In my opinion, this is the best part of their evidence today. And the prosecution fails to rebut this, utterly fails to rebut this. Do you remember during, and I'm going to pull this down for a second. Do you remember during opening statements where the prosecution said, this is how we are going to prove to you that Hannah brought the live rounds on set? And they showed that picture of Hannah with a box of ammunition. And in that box of ammunition, you saw rounds that had silver primers and brass primers, right?
Mhm.
And they said, we will prove to you that Hannah brought live rounds because the silver, every silver round in that box is a live round. That is what they told the jury. They said, jury, you are to reach a conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt that Hannah brought these rounds on set because they were silver primers.
Legally, it doesn't matter if she brought them on set.
I get it, but that was what they told the jury. You make a promise. I wouldn't have gone that far. I would not have made that promise if I could not have held that end at my end of the bargain.
No, and it's, I mean, I suspect that they thought that they could. I suspect like that this is an error. I don't know that the jury is going to hold that against them that much. And I don't know that the jury is going to consider that to be the critical thing here.
No,
So-
I don't disagree with you, but what I'm trying to do is say that the defense is working with what he's got.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The problem is that if you can't tell the difference,
Yep.
you don't do it, right? If you can't tell the difference, you don't do it. And ultimately, it doesn't matter who brought, like, this is the thing. They're trying to show that it's her and that will be great for them. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If I snuck onto the set in full ninja gear and intentionally put live ammo in with her dummies, it's her freaking fault for not catching it because that is the job. Check every round.
I agree. I am playing devil's advocate.
I know, and I'm arguing with your devil's advocate. That's what we do.
And I
That's
don't know
how
that my
devil's
devil's
advocate
advocate
works.
has a stronger argument. I don't have it. I just have that I can spread culpability around and I can fall back on accident and this person was in over their head and they had people in charge of her, that she felt under a pressure that was insurmountable, and you know, she was like a proxy. She was not allowed to do her role and didn't feel like she had the ability to walk. That's the one part the defense hasn't said yet that I've wanted them to say, that she felt like, or that she was under such pressure that she could not walk.
The only person who can say that is Hannah.
I know, which is why I'm torn on whether she's going to take the stand or not.
Oh, she's going to take the
And-
stand. She's got no other option.
Oh, it's a disaster though with all of the, oh my gosh.
I mean, I think she's going to take the stand. I think she's going to have a rough time on cross.
This trial is shaping up to be what we thought it was going to be though.
Oh, yeah. And SF says, if I'm crap at my job, is it my job to quit or my boss's job to fire my incompetent butt? The thing is the job of This is a job as a safety person.
Yes.
And so your job is to be the person who puts their foot down. That is, that's the requirement.
Prosecution lands some serious blows in that regard when it comes to the film crew.
Yeah.
Rather, no, the defense brought that up.
Sometimes it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm not saying Baldwin isn't liable either. Like,
gun belts.
whether or not Hannah's guilty is
how
irrelevant to
about
whether or not
N3?
Baldwin's guilty.
This is a close-up of some of the rounds that were in that belt.
Okay, and do you see different types of rounds in that belt in terms of the head stamps?
I believe in this case, in this photo, they all look the same.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you N4, and what is that?
That's that same photo, but a little clearer. It's not as blurry.
And are those primers, what color are those primers?
Those are silver.
Okay. And how about N5?
This is a different area of the gun belt close-up.
And it has, I see 45 Colt rounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And some silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were any of these on N5 determined to be live?
No.
Okay. So these are dummy rounds?
Score a point for defense. Whatever merit you want to give it, that's a point. Silver primer, dummy round. It's a point.
Yep.
It's on the
I
board.
mean, it's a point on a minor thing, but it is a point.
Rounds
I
with
don't think
silver
that the
primers.
defense
Yes.
does a lot to hammer it home here, but they're going to make noise on it on their close.
And they need to. These closing arguments need to be the best closing arguments of all time.
I mean, defense had a good open,
They did.
so
And
there's no
prosecution
reason to
dropped the
believe they
ball.
won't have a good. Now, I hope that they don't do the thing that sometimes they do, where it's like one lawyer gets the open, the other lawyer gets the close. Bowles needs to do the close.
Yes. And
Bullion-
Morrissey needs to do the close for the prosecution.
Yes, absolutely. It
She
needs to be
has-
Bowles and Morrissey, and it can't be Bullion, and it can't be Wish.com Rob.
Oh. Morrissey has proven
Oh,
herself
and whatever.
in this trial. She is a scary litigator. Like
She's good.
she's good.
How about N6?
This is a different angle of that gun belt.
N7?
A different angle of that gun belt.
Silver primers.
And is that the same with N8?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N9?
This is a close-up of the brand marking that was on the belt.
Grade the leather work. Solid.
The edging is shit.
Yeah. Is that
That
wear
might
and
be
stretch, or
intention-
is that
Might be intentional. The stamping is good. That said, that
Stitching's
might
good.
be the stamping might actually be a roller. Stitching is good. Yep. Although you can see where they
you mean
just
like
by the snap?
here, that seam?
yeah, you can see where
Yeah.
they ran out of thread and joined things up. I mean,
And
that's
but
minor.
It
That's
matches
nothing.
on both sides.
Oh yeah, it's nothing. It's not a huge problem, but you can see that they didn't like do it as one continuous thread, which would have been better. I mean, this is not terrible. This is not something where I'm gonna like post it on Twitter and be like, "This is garbage," but
See?
yeah, I mean
had
the
to
edges
throw you
aren't
off your
smooth,
game.
but
I had to make you critique leather work tonight.
And what is N10?
I believe these were the rounds that were
I'm
in
just
the belt.
pulling up
that were
London
removed
Jack
from
now.
it.
And they all have that, what you called yesterday, that patina?
Yes, that darkening on the casing.
Did this bother you yesterday? Like times a million, patine?
What's that? Oh,
The patine.
patine. Yes, I loved
The
when he
patine.
corrected her as to like the patine or the patina. Like, yeah.
It was a little thing.
Okay. And how about N11?
This is those same rounds with the Spain Denix round removed.
Show me the rounds. I don't want to
The
see.
Spain Denix round was the round that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
It looks like he does a
And
lot of
N12?
movie stuff, and then he also
This
sells
is a
the
close-up
patterns.
of the silver primer on those rounds.
Okay. How about N13?
This was a box of ammunition that was taken from the prop truck.
Okay. N14?
A close-up of some of the writing on that box.
Okay. N15?
Those boxes removed from the cardboard box.
All right. And N16, is that just one of the boxes?
Yes.
Okay. N17, what is the significance of that photo?
This was the writing on the outside of that box.
And that has the JS also?
Yes.
And what is N18?
This is the styrofoam insert removed from that box.
Now that JS is
N19?
either going to be, I think
A
it's
close-up of
is
a
it Jeff
different
or
cardboard box with ammunition.
I'm
from
trying to
the
remember
prop.
his name now.
What is N20?
Swanson,
This is an overall of the Mary Kay bag.
or it's jacketed soft.
Okay, and again, we see in the middle of that Seth Kinney's box with the writing.
With the blue writing that states dummy rounds 45 LC.
Okay. Again, N21 appears to be a similar picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and N22, that is just another picture of a box.
Yes.
Okay. And N23,
That box.
This drove me nuts. Why are we doing this? But I want to get to the last few questions from Morrissey. She gets answers she doesn't expect. Did you catch this part?
Yeah, there was a couple places. She rolls with it pretty well, though.
She does really well at not showing you, but this threw her.
Work on this case. How do you tell a dummy round from a live round?
In this case in particular, when a large amount of the dummy rounds, when shaken, would have a rattle to it instead of having gunpowder inside of it.
And so
That's a problem. That witness has now backed off after cross-examination to say not that all of them, but a large amount of them. Now, I agree with Ian ultimately that doesn't excuse Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
I mean, ultimately, that should be on Hannah. The
That
thing
should
is I
be.
think defense is going to do a good job because they've been doing a good job so far. I think defense is going to do a good job of basically muddying the waters on this, and that is
Yeah.
defense's job, right? That is what they do. So,
Listen to the witness. The witness started with the dummy rounds shook and rattled, right? A statement. And now on redirect, it's now a large amount of them.
yeah,
the
well, because
conviction
they
is
had these
gone.
stupid replica. Oh, you mean the conviction in her voice as opposed
In
to
her
the,
voice.
yeah.
Yes, in her testimony, it's gone.
Yeah.
There's hesitation. That's effective cross without aggressive tactics, not super hard cross
Oh,
examination.
he's a good cross. Like he's good at cross.
This
So
is effective.
for that matter.
My cousin.
Yeah. The Wish.com Rob is also good at cross.
Yeah.
So specifically, what about that tells you that they're dummies and not live ammunition?
Well, live ammunition has gunpowder inside of it, so you would not hear that kind of noise.
Because you don't have BBs in with the gunpowder.
Correct.
Okay. And the other dummy rounds, how were you able to distinguish them from the live rounds?
There were holes drilled through the sides of them.
I mean, this isn't rocket science, right?
Right.
This is pretty
Argumentative.
easy.
Yes.
Argumentative. That should have been objected to. I would have.
If I was the judge, I would have told you to sit
point.
down.
I made my point. I already made my
And
point.
you actually, just to be safe, You sent some dummy rounds to the FBI, right?
Yes.
Now that was
Did
leading
any of
as
the dummy rounds that you
fuck.
sent to the FBI come back as live rounds?
I want to echo this. Jasmine Maduro, please stay respectful in the chat. Please.
That was leading as fuck.
It was super leading. This comment, though,
Just
please stay respectful in chat. Do not comment on people's appearance and what they appear as. We're going to talk about the testimony and the lawyers and how they practice. And Ian just made a really great point that was leading AF. We'll rewind to hear it again.
Did any
and
of
somebody
the
says
dummy
BB stands for
Yes.
ball bearing. That's not actually correct.
Did any of the dummy rounds that you sent to the FBI come back as live rounds?
No.
In terms of the dummy rounds that you have in evidence, how many dummy rounds
No.
don't rattle and don't have a hole in the side?
2.
Thank you. 2 out of how many?
250.
Way to close that loop. Way to catch it. Close the loop.
BB doesn't stand for ball bearing. It's actually a size of pellet. It refers to the size of the particular pellet.
When you were at PDQ during the
there's,
search, is there a
you know,
specific
size
reason
triple
that
B,
you were only
BB,
looking for
B,
45 caliber rounds?
AA.
My
Yeah,
understanding was that
number 5, number 6,
Was-
all sorts of shot sizes.
that was the restriction of the search warrant.
Based on your understanding of the investigation, why are 45 caliber rounds significant and others not significant?
Because all of the live rounds that were located on set were 45 rounds.
And to be clear, let's talk for a moment about the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ. What color were the primers?
Oh, ready?
There were silver and brass primers collected from PDQ.
Point on the board. Every
mean,
point. You're a defense attorney. You score the points you can.
Oh, for sure. But at the end of the day, they need somebody to properly testify about the difference in the bullet shape, because the ones that they got at PDQ were a different shape, and they need they need an expert, and the expert needs to say, like, hey, these are, like, the reason why they have this shape is because these are semi-wad cutters. The others were not semi-wad cutters, so yeah.
But she wasn't the expert, but she was.
She's not the expert.
Morrissey did try to extend her to try to extend her expertise, and defense capitalized.
Yeah. And yeah, the JS
comment-
is Joe Swanson.
Yep.
He is the guy who invented the and is the sort of main person. He invented basically the ball bearing blanks, or the ball bearing dummies that look like they've got a primer, that look like they're everything else. So, yeah.
Good, Paul. Thank you for the comment.
And it's a mystery,
In terms
your
of the
comment.
live-
The armor isn't an employee. The armor
It's a
is an
mystery.
independent contractor.
Well, let me read the super chat. If I hire an employee and they prove themselves to be incompetent, if an accident happens, if an expected accident happens because I didn't fire them, that's 100% my fault. Not always. And this really isn't. Here's the thing. It might be your fault civilly, but it does not abrogate criminal responsibility. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you're a contractor, you're an employee, or you're a company that's building a skyscraper. And one of your supers fails in every aspect of his job. And that failure results in a metal beam falling from the top of that skyscraper down and crushing an individual. The company is surely liable.
Yeehaw.
But that super, they can be prosecuted. They are not immune from prosecution.
It's the, like, you get people whose job it is to be the safety person, right? And, you know, this is a special role, right? Like, let's say I am building a bridge and I have an engineer whose job it is to make sure that this bridge is stable, right? And
To the point where they sign and stamp the plans.
they sign it, they stamp it, they sign off on everything, right? Ultimately, if that bridge collapses, they're going to eat a shit sandwich. And you might not think that's fair, but that is the job of being that signing engineer, right? That is the role. And your job sometimes as that engineer is to say, I'm not signing off on this bridge. I said that this bridge would be fine if you use this grade of steel. You used an inferior grade of steel. I refuse to sign. And they could say, well, this bridge is a $3 billion bridge. Are you really going to not sign it because, you know, because we used a different steel? Your job is to say, yeah, I ain't signing this. I am not signing this because it is inferior. It will not stand up. And that's the job. So, yeah.
Nancy Robbins, thank you for the gifted memberships. Very kind of you tonight. You've been a gift fairy throughout the chat. I have noticed that. Let me pull this up because we're almost at the end of her redirect, and then I want to pause and catch up on super chats.
Ammunition?
Yes.
And do you have photographs of the live ammunition that has silver primers?
Yes, I believe I do.
Okay. I may have to have you come back. We may talk about that. I don't want to hang us up today.
That was an answer she wasn't expecting.
Problem of honest
Okay.
witnesses.
Yeah, yeah.
Did all of the live rounds that you collected from PDQ, let me ask it this way. Did any of them look identical to the live rounds found on set?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
With this witness.
Oh, yes, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
oh, that's all right.
Not it was yeah. Then we get Zook who Ian, you were probably rolling over and screaming at the television when you saw him testifying about
I mean,
the 357.
Oh, I mean, he's nervous. His entire job is to testify that he fucked up. That's why he's there. It's
Yeah.
how did this
No, it's
gun
true.
get jammed? It's because this guy fucked it up. That's,
Yeah. So that was his testimony, which was, I jammed the gun.
I jammed the gun because I didn't know how to unload it properly. I don't do,
I was cycling rounds in the prop truck. Oh my God. I was cycling rounds in the prop truck of a gun I didn't know, trying to clear the
loaded
ammunition.
with a mix of rounds that it, like,
And I
it
didn't know
doesn't
how to
actually
operate the
take.
firearm. I didn't know the specifics of the firearm, and that I could simply twist and remove the round. I'm like, oh my God, this is so bad. This is so bad.
Yep.
Then we get the video guy, witness Litzinger, who just, I felt for this dude. He's never testified a day in his life. He has no idea what he's doing up there. He's trying to answer the questions properly. He was there to introduce videos, and he authenticated them, and they didn't get a whole lot on cross until we get to Senor Hawks, Mr. Hawks, Senor Hawks, who basically goes through, and he's the cell phone dude. And I know that you talked about this earlier, but the cell phone guy they love to bring them on as the experts and masters of the universe when it comes to cell phones. They're not. Before we get to him, I did promise I want to catch up on things so they're still relevant. Let me do this. Scroll back. John Common, I'm finally getting kidney stone surgery next Friday, and I get to pull the stent out on 6th of March. My friend, best of luck to you. Cheers to you in the oncoming challenges. May you recover quickly, and may those kidney stones, may you recover quickly and happily. So, opposite amnesia, my cat sneezed in my face. Now I have pink eye. She needs representation. Hang on.
Not
Is your cat
guilty.
is your
You're
cat able to
gonna
put up
need to
a
call Ian for this one.
is your cat able to put up a retainer?
Still looking forward to watching with my one good eye tonight. Thank you for that. Late happy Friday. Just turned 33 and I'm struggling with shingles. As someone who had shingles in their 30s, I can sympathize. There is the pain that does not go away. Ian, who is also a sufferer from chronic pain, also knows about pain that does not go away.
I was going to say I've never had shingles, but I do have pain always.
Yeah. It gets better. Ride it out. It'll be fine. Just keep your head up. Thank you to all the streamers this week for helping this week be less miserable. It's been a week of live streams for sure. Katja, the Frankfurter, if there is so much negligence on one end, there's usually on all the fallbacks. I don't disagree, but it doesn't excuse the negligence on one end. Will the real Ray E please stand up? Part of me feels for Hannah. I was in one of those jobs, but at the end of the day, I was ready to walk, even if it meant living in my parents' attic. That's the lesson to be learned from this case. Peggy Reardon, Ian, it's easy to say walk away, but isn't that why armors won't go live with you? Because they know what
Won't
really
go
goes
live
on.
with me.
Will go
Those
live
are-
with you.
those are
They know what
different
really
things.
goes on live with you because they know what really goes on, and many don't walk away. I don't know. That's a question for you.
I talked to the armorers I talked to all had stories of like specific films that they'd either walked away on or for instance had shut down an actor. Like you don't get like, and so you hear about things like this actor uses a knife in this film because they were told to stop screwing around. They couldn't stop screwing around. And they're just like, no, this guy doesn't get to touch a gun again. So they have walked from productions. And you know what happens when an armorer walks from the production? Someone gets fired.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the armorer. It is like somebody else gets fired for effing it up. Like, yeah. And I may actually have an armorer who wants to come on. But it's different to be like talking, telling stories and so forth on a stream. They just don't want to be seen as somebody who talks out of turn, especially when what they're saying is this production had to be shut down because, and they can force concessions. Like when they say we're leaving unless this, they'll say, okay, we'll do that. Right.
And then all of a sudden they're facing lawsuits by a media company that they don't have the money to fight against.
Yeah. So they don't want to name names. They don't want any of that stuff. They're much more willing to chat,
Privately.
Yeah. So somebody says, am I talking about Steve Buscemi? I've actually not heard anything from any armorer about Steve Buscemi.
I haven't either.
And TM's got a comment that we should bring up when you got a chance.
Give me 1 second. The Chugi Show, the Rush trial. Can you start? The Rush trial has reopened trauma for me because of my film directing experience. Look at HG, Hannah Gutierrez, and think there, but for the grace of God, I do some close calls. Someone was going to be injured on this set. Purple AG, gunpowder flavored lip gloss. Okay. Cheryl C. I am not gore, ill, ag, rip, poo, c, AI. I don't know.
I'm trying. I don't know.
Amy Z, thank you for the very, very, very generous super chat. Very kind of you. Just catching up, so relieved everyone's okay. My 16-year-old niece was kidnapped in broad daylight from a busy gas station.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
That almost
Scariest
never
day of our
happens, but
lives.
it's terrifying when it does.
We got her back about 5 hours, and luckily he lives himself in jail. Good riddance. My word.
I mean,
Amy,
I'm not normally in favor of unaliving, but I'm gonna say this one's okay.
That's a nightmare experience. But that's why I made the comment earlier, because we think that this happens to only certain people in only certain locations, and it'll never happen to me. Be aware of your surroundings. Please, please be aware of your surroundings. That's why a lot of people, this is why a lot of people practice the Second Amendment, their Second Amendment rights. It's why a lot of them do. Kelsey Nicole, what does JS stand for on the boxes? Ian answered that earlier. Michelle G, how are PDQ and Hannah connected? Who is PDQ? They were the prop supplier. They're the prop house. Ian, you started that other comment? TM.
Yep.
Runkle, I get all that, but this girl looks like she's too young for the responsibility she was given and too young to stand up to people like Alec Baldwin. She was not really in the power seat.
She wasn't given shit. She accepted the responsibility. And if she was too young for it, you don't take the responsibility. Like, I don't go fight, whoever the, I was going to say Mike Tyson, but at this point, Mike Tyson might actually be a fair fight, depending on how old he is. Like, if he's in a wheelchair, I give myself, like, a good 25% chance. If he's dead, I think it goes up to about 40. But, it's, like, whoever's winning the MMA fights these days, I don't go fight that person because I know I'm not up to the job. And so if I'm not up to the job, I don't take the job. And the job is standing up to people like Alec Baldwin. The job is, that's the thing, right? You just,
No, here, do it like a lawyer. I don't take a murder case. I'm a damn good lawyer. I'm not capable of handling a murder case.
Because you're
I
a
am
family
presented
lawyer.
with a murder case. I'm presented with a murder case. If someone presents a murder case to me and says, please defend me, no matter how much that person means to me, I am responsible for turning that down. I cannot take someone else's life into my own hands and then shirk that responsibility because I made the choice to do that. That's the difference. Like, I get the age argument, but you have to respect that people make choices. And some people make choices that, as we will see when the cell phone information comes in, well, we'll hold comment to that. Brian Allman, listening while I liberate planets and spread our way of life. What are you doing to support managed democracy? Well, I am explaining the judiciary. That's what I'm doing. Shell C, I hope everyone had a good week. Tonight, I'm celebrating a recognition I received at work. Congratulations, Shell C. Way to go. We don't get recognized at work often enough. I'm glad that you got recognized. I hope that you're riding that high horse and having a good weekend. Daffy9, Rob, it's been a year for me here. Love your streams. Thanks loads. Thank you very much, Daffy9. Much appreciated. Kristen M96, delay also gives you time to get home and unwind. Unwinding was pulling timestamps, trying to tune in to Ian, also reviewing other videos and finishing up on work. Also, I may or may not have, there might be an attempt at purchasing a house this weekend. And
you're moving out. Tell me it's got a bigger shop.
it doesn't.
Tell me it's got a shop.
It has a shop and a studio, and it
If
puts
it
all the
didn't have
mischiefs
a
under
shop-
one roof.
So
We shall see. The real estate market is crazy. It's a lot managing the law practice, the life stuff, the YouTube, trying to keep up with these trials and give informative content, it's a whole lot to hang on to. And Belle Feinstein, we are thinking of naming the pickle on EDB's channel after Hannah's phone. That's an idea. That's an idea. For those of you who don't know, we'll get there. Linda Santiago, love that both of you are great friends. I do too. I was telling people earlier that during the Maya trial, I have a singular great regret in that recap started running into live streams that you had, and I very much regretted doing that.
It happens. It
I
just
know.
happens.
But
I
was making that statement because I said Ian is the best person to do these recaps. I want him to do them. I want him to feel encouraged to do them. FYI, to those of you in the chat, I will not be covering Rust at all Monday through Thursday of next week. The only place where I might pop on to give my opinions when I can is going to be on Ian's channel. So please go check out those recaps. It's a whole lot to cover during the day. I get you guys have day jobs. Watch the recaps. It would do me a great, it would make my heart feel very good.
And one of the best things about the whole like LawTube everything is getting to meet Rob. It is, and if you haven't sort of followed like the whole depth, thing, like Rob sort of came out of nowhere, but also when I was going down to Virginia for the depth trial, Rob was like, "Where are you staying?" And I was like, "I haven't figured it out yet. I was going to go like check out hotels and just be like, who's got Wi-Fi?" And he's like, "Or stay here. I've got internet." And I was like, "Okay, guy I've never met is offering me a place. Let's do it." And it was so much fun. We had a great time. It was amazing. So yeah,
and we've been to two Gundies. We've exchanged ties. We've had a lot of fun.
And for the folks asking, the tie is right there. I'd go grab it, but this is short. I was wearing the tie in court. That's why the tie is not
exactly
on.
That part that's what makes a big difference. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Let me get caught up here.
Oh, there's a good super chat that just came up.
I will pull that up in a second. Book Dragon Case SC. I feel like was definitely scapegoated, but I also can't get over the lack of shaking the dummies. My mind is still torn. I feel for the jury. And that's what the defense is doing. And they're doing a good job at it.
The defense is doing a great job. That's the thing I want to say is like, as they're able to take stuff that should be a confession and spin it as a defense. And I'm like, these guys are wizards. And I have been
very good.
I have been critical of some big mistakes the defense has made in the course of this. But
you mean the voluntary statements?
The voluntary
and the
statements
consent to the search of the
turning
phone?
over the phone, big blunders. But watching them handle the trial work, I am like,
impressive.
Damn, son, you came to play. Yeah,
they have done it without appearing like assholes. They do not appear like the shady, high-priced defense attorney. They are presenting remarkably well.
Oh, they come off as down to earth. Just let's have a chat. This guy is when you see Bowles and also Bullion. Bowles is more polished.
Bullion's my favorite.
Bullion is, he doesn't have, and this is going to sound like an insult. He doesn't have the charisma, so he's got to have the technique.
He scores the
and
point.
That's the thing is he doesn't. Bowles is much more able to be like, I'm a relatable guy. You want to agree with what I say. Bullion doesn't have that as much. What he does is he's like, it's like, let's put a wall down here. Okay, you move that way. I'm going to put another wall. I'm going to put another wall. And by the time he's done, he's got the witness exactly where he wanted them to be. And he could just be like, ding, scored the point. And that, that is like he's really, really skilled at that. And I mean, I think he's technically, like in terms of like the technical skill, the better cross examiner. If you somehow welded those two together and you gave Bullion Bowles's charisma, he'd
That's
be
dangerous.
an unstoppable nightmare for the prosecution.
Yeah, because
And
he makes the witness concede a point without the witness realizing they've conceded a point. He backs them in so gently that
I've
they don't
actually
even realize it at the end of the day.
I've seen a couple of the witnesses, like when he says, "Okay, I'm going to move on to another topic," and they're like, "What?" Because they're
They look
waiting for
they're waiting for the punchline.
they're waiting for the boom, and it's like there was an earth-shattering kaboom. It just happened last question, and you missed it. You know,
Yeah.
like you weren't paying attention there. So,
Is this the one you wanted? The Ryan Knoll?
nope, the one before that.
Well, read this one. Ryan Knoll, people are acting like she was a new employee that an armor company sent to the set without any training. She held herself out as an independent contractor and therefore as someone with expertise in the relevant field. You cannot discredit that. She used. There is a reason why this trial is named New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez. That is her legal name. She appended Reed, her stepfather's name, to her name, ostensibly to gain industry recognition. She advertised herself that way. That's the contention. It's a good point. Cynthia Kramer, Rob, if you move, what about the counter you made in honor of your dad? Stays here.
Nope.
And I love that it stays here. Here's why. It's a piece of me that lives in this house forever. And whether the person that buys the house knows it or not, ultimately, I'll probably hide something in the house that will ultimately tell them the story of the counter if they don't learn it during the closing. But that's a piece of me that stays with the house forever. And that's a piece of my dad that stays with the house forever. I can make a new counter. I can make more memorabilia. I can make more of that. But my favorite thing, Ian, you still have your pen, right? Your pens?
Yeah.
And those are the things that I like, those things being where they belong. It's a piece of me that I get to pass on to other people.
I still think you have to take the countertop, but I understand.
No, countertop stays. KDS, dude, you can design the best bridge ever, but if the manufacturers don't make it correctly or if it isn't installed correctly, the design means shit.
You still got an engineer who's got to sign off on it before it opens.
That's true.
And if you're going to accept that job, you don't sign it unless it's okay.
Yep. Bambarina, I think TM makes an excellent argument for the culpability of the Rust producers. I agree, including Baldwin. I also agree, but it doesn't excuse Hannah. And on that, I also agree. Was that the one?
Yep. No, the one I was pointing to was the one on the counter, like about the counter.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
K-Rab, she could have walked it. It would have stopped production. She didn't even have keys and couldn't work outside of certain hours. She had no power. Interesting.
If she
then
walks,
they don't have armor.
The guns leave, and
the insurance company won't insure the film.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's say they throw her off the scene, they keep her guns, like they've stolen her guns. The insurance company would yank coverage. They'd be like,
Yep.
You are doing shit with guns and you have no armor. You have no insurance coverage. And at that point, they're shut down. Like they're done. Unless Baldwin wants to personally insure the whole film, which no, like they're not able to do that without an armor. They needed her there. She had all the cards.
Correct.
She had the aces, and yeah.
We'll get to her decision making in a minute, because the prosecution, I think, winning that motion in limine was a massive deal for them. The one that allowed them to go into the drugs. Huge in their case.
Well, the other one,
judgment.
The other one that's going to be huge is the boyfriend. The boyfriend is
She has to
gonna
testify.
be.
She has to testify for that to come up.
Oh, I know, but she's gonna have a hard time not testifying, because all of this stuff about she's a young, whatever, that only comes in through her. Everything else that they can't come in through.
Well, you know what? Bowles is doing a good job of getting that in through his questions.
They still need it to come from her, because
I know.
if they don't, and I'm the prosecution, I'm gonna try to do some damage on that.
Y'all would freak out if you saw our group chat, like a group chat that we have a bunch amongst some of the core group of friends. It's funny. Just because she should have been fired if she was that bad.
Also, by the way, KVB is a previous film armorer. And
I know I saw him in your previous chats.
I'm starring the latest comment here because it's very
Please do.
relevant.
Brian Allen, I work in a dangerous industry, oil field, and we have to constantly drill into people that stop work authority applies to everyone on location. I sit here screaming, stop the job when I see the photos. Yes. And there is, we need, this case should be an example that when you hire and when you train, you do so with that recognition in mind. Shiraz, really obvious career advice. If you are given way more responsibility than actual authority to be responsible, you are not a team member. You're a patsy, and you're there to be blamed.
Mm-hmm.
Not terrible advice, and it looks to be fairly accurate. KVB Studios, doesn't matter who owned the guns as armor, all the guns on set are my guns on set, and no one touches them unless I say so. Yes. Yep. Very, very, very accurate. Mary Coppola, she wasn't experienced enough in Baldwin, shouldn't have hired her. They should have had an experienced type position for armors to be qualified before being hired for a production. I'm sure she felt intimidated. Well, the people that you want to take that up with are the Film Actors Guild, the labor union for the film industry, and
isn't it Screen Actors Guild?
I don't know if it's Screen Actors, but it's the union.
They wanted to avoid
union.
It's Screen Actors Guild. They didn't want the other acronym.
Oh, well, SAG
It's
defines.
SAG.
SAG defines what qualifications this person has to have, and that if you are wondering why SAG came out so firmly in favor of Alec Baldwin, this is an accident, blah blah blah, it's because they are the ones that define the role.
Well, it's because they're the Screen Actors Guild. They're always going to be defending the screen actor. It's funny because a lot of the things they put out before this shooting conflict heavily with the things that they put out after the shooting. And it's like,
very true.
So you guys are saying this now because now a big name is going to be held, potentially responsible. So, yeah, I got some issues with that.
Yep. Speed round. If it's a mystery, how was the crew not interrogated? They were questioned, but the investigation was difficult at best. You had like hundreds of people around, and you had one officer on scene who was a new officer. There were errors, but I don't know that they would have added very much, except
the thing is they didn't know what the fuck, right?
This
is a very unusual circumstance.
They weren't in the room.
Yeah.
Leandra, from perspective of an older female who lived through being given too big a workload and intimidated by older boss, I need to be shown more of specific instances where HGR was negligent. Right now, emotion is winning. We'll get there. The timestamps, she didn't highlight them, but I will on the phone. So we're getting there. Baby Gator, I think Kenny and Pickle should also have been charged.
It'll be exciting. We'll see a lot more of it once they get to
testify.
Well, and also the interviews.
Yeah. Seth Kenny, Tell me you don't want a cross as bad as you want the cross of Seth Kenny.
Oh, I want the cross of Hannah.
Halls? I want the cross of Halls. I want Halls.
I
Put him in
want
my
Hannah
sights.
every day.
I want Halls. I want Kenny. I want Hannah. Give me those cross. Give me those crosses. The thing is, with Hannah, she's charged. With Halls, you can be like, but you're not. You pled out. With Kenny, you can be like, you didn't even get charged. I want those crosses.
Sure, but at the end of the day, like Hannah's got so many.
There's a lot of skeletons.
There's a lot of skeletons and a lot of bombs. Like, people were asking, what is the boyfriend thing? The boyfriend thing is that she either handed the keys, although the defense is saying there's no freaking keys. It doesn't take keys. It's just a kickstart. They say basically that, that she allowed her boyfriend to get on a motorcycle when he was drunk, and then he crashed and died. The key thing is defenses was like, you can't bring this in because we don't want this to be, this can't be about propensity evidence. And that's fine.
Yeah, propensity.
Prosecution has said we don't intend to call it based on propensity evidence. That's not why we would use this. They said why we would use this is if she puts credibility in issue, i.e. she testifies, they will then go and, they're going to point to this and say, hey, one of the issues is that she apparently made some false statements to the police. And that is going to be where they come on this. If she gets up and testifies, they're going to hammer her with her police interviews. And her story now is a little bit different than her story that she told the police. And she gave 2 statements to the police, which story 1 and story 2 never match up.
Recorded statements.
So they never match up perfectly. And it's just, you ask the question of, you wouldn't lie to the police, right? No, I wouldn't. Great. Here's an example of you lying to the police. You wouldn't lie to the police, right? Or you say, you wouldn't lie to the police, right? And she says, yes, I would. At that point, you don't get to bring up the boyfriend, but you don't care because that is
She
like,
lies to police.
it's like, oh, I don't get to bring up the boyfriend, but I've just annihilated her. Who cares?
Yeah.
Like,
it was a direct warning. Testify at your own peril. Isaac Baruch's wholesome Gabagool art. BB means battleship. That round is an Iowa class. Chelsea, the jury does not know how the armor has authority to shut things down though at this point. Thoughts on the testimony in light of that? They're going to bring that up at the end.
They're going to bring in, they've got the prosecution has a film armor expert.
Yeah.
The defense doesn't.
Does not.
The defense was actually saying we need more time to get one. We need to be able to bring one in late. And the judge said, tough shit. You needed to do that ages ago. So you heard in the opening, the defense say, you're going to hear from the prosecution's own expert.
Because they couldn't find one.
And I mean, that's a risky game because if the prosecution's expert just refuses to go or to play ball, it's like, well, now you're screwed.
Robin, this point is actually not what you might think it is. She didn't hand Alec Baldwin the gun. Do we know that she was the one to load it? And
yes.
Did she claim to have checked it? She didn't say cold gun. He did. I don't need to know the answer to any of these questions. All I need to know is that she was the armorer on set. It was her responsibility. She was tasked with this role. Someone else did it while it was supposed to be hers and she was in charge. And all those things happened.
If they kept her out of there, which, and if they grabbed the guns without permission, that I think is a great defense. The problem is she did load it.
She did. She testified to it. Well, she said in her statement.
And her statement, she says, I wish I'd checked it more carefully.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, they put that in the opening. If she
That's
gets up
not-
to testify, they're gonna hammer her with it. They're gonna play her interview, and on close, they're gonna hammer her with her own comments. And the worst witness against you is
yourself.
you. The other thing is there is no way she works on film again. And I mean, not just as an armorer. They're not going to let her do craft services. If she, they're not going to let her anything because, yeah.
By the way, the max sentence on this case is not multiple years. It's
Yes, it is.
oh yeah, no, this is never mind. The second degree.
18 months on
All the way
the manslaughter.
Yeah, on the
No,
manslaughter,
it's-
but the second degree.
It's the evidence tampering that jacks it up. The evidence tampering actually has the higher potential
That's
penalty.
the enhancement.
The firearm enhancement doesn't apply. That was a big issue in
Oh,
this
that's
case.
right. That was statutorily. It was enacted after the.
It was enacted afterwards. So the limit is 18 months for the death.
But the evidence tampering is a felony. Minimum
The evidence
year.
tampering, I think, is like 3-4 years, somewhere in there.
What
So she could end up getting like multiple years for the baggie of cocaine, and like 3 months for the death.
This is why I don't like Morrissey. And I'll get into that in a second. Like, this is one of the things I think is shady and shitty.
Nah. No.
All right.
This is what happens all the time.
I get it. It's pissing me off a little bit. I think I'm allowed to be a little bit pissed. So, swoop to more.
Tampering,
New
okay.
swoop.
So
No, I didn't say evidence tampering. I didn't say scene tampering or evidence tampering is okay. I didn't say that. Very large super chat from Inquiring Mind. Thank you. I'm a quality assurance professional for an industry which produces product for every individual. It is my responsibility to make sure that the product is safe for use. This is not a responsibility I could have performed in my 20s.
I mean, film armor is a job that tends to attract a lot of strong personalities. They tend to be a lot of like ex-military, ex-law enforcement people who are very comfortable telling somebody to go to hell, if necessary. And that's the job, right? So
Sometimes armorers, for example, the image that you see in a lot of thumbnails of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed with her holding, that one where she's leaning back and holding both of them.
yeah, I know the one.
I'm with Ian on this one.
I mean, I got no problem with her taking a cool picture or whatever else, right?
No, but it's one of those where she asked for this job. This didn't get thrown on her. She asked for this job knowing what it was. And Inquiring Mind, you're right.
And she was
Your
willing to
20s.
take the job that was passed on by several other armorers because it was going to be unsafe. And so when you've got several other armorers who are passing on it, and she's the one willing to cut the corners, like that's ultimately what it was. She was willing to be the person who would put up with the safety violations.
Yep.
So that, yeah.
And she held people's lives in the balance.
Yep.
But yeah. Okay. Let's go into Mr. Cell Phone.
Separate out information related to this particular device that identifies this device.
Yes.
Hang on. I want to make sure I can skip past the numeros.
I'm going to show you what I am marking as States Exhibit 92.
I hate that they look at her. I hate that they look at any. I really want to focus on the attorney and the witness, please.
Yeah.
Side note, I did like what she did with her hair today.
She still looks professional.
Chat, that is what people have called my cousin.
Wish.com Rob.
I don't disagree. Even the demeanor, that's a lot of how I act in court. The whole like, it's fine. Do what you gotta do.
You guys are like long lost siblings.
I don't think so. But cousins, I don't know.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the device information that was captured by the Cellbrite program for the phone.
How do we know that this is Hannah Gutierrez's phone?
Well, I mean, I received the extraction of the phone. There's some information on here, such as like the phone number, an email address, things like that, that would suggest that it is.
Okay. The phone number's on there?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Yeah.
Ian, that's the Elmo.
I know.
Okay.
It's a ridiculous name.
Let's just kind of look at a couple of things here. I know it's, see if we can make it a little closer up. Does this tell you what kind of,
You want to use the microphone just a little.
oh, I'm sorry. Does this tell you what kind of phone it was?
It does.
What kind of phone was it?
So on number 6, you can see where it says Detect 54,
Damn it,
it
that
says
has her,
iPhone, and then in
it
parentheses,
has her
it says D
Gmail
as in
on it.
David, 54, P as in Paul, A as in Adam, P as in Paul. That's the iPhone code for an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay. And I'm sorry, does this monitor usually come on? Because I can't see. That would be great if I can see it on the monitor in front of me, so I don't have to walk back and forth. My eyesight isn't good enough to see what's up there.
I do litigate against an attorney, and it was because she was off screen and I heard the voice, and it was the in court, and it was the way she was explaining it. I litigate against an attorney that sounds like that, and now I get it. Now I get why people are upset. Like, I understand now. Oh, okay. Yeah. She can't help it. Not gonna cast aspersions. It's tough to hear.
Thank you, sir. Does it provide the date and time of the extraction?
The date and time of the extraction is actually on a different part of the extraction.
What's in the number 2 column,
That is the
or
date.
row rather?
I'm sorry. That is that's the date and time that the phone was displaying at the time of when it was extracted in UTC.
Okay.
UTC, Universal Time Code. That's relevant because every time that he states is UTC time.
So what is your understanding about the date? I don't particularly care about the time, the date of the extraction.
That it was, the extraction occurred on December 8th of 2021.
And is there an Apple ID associated with this phone?
There is.
What's that?
So that is number 22 under Apple ID, where it says hannahmemail@gmail.com.
And what is the phone number associated with this phone?
The phone number is on line number 24, which is 928.
Name of this phone?
the name that would appear on, say, a Bluetooth device is found on line 32, which is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
I didn't hear that. Rob, could you repeat that?
Okay.
No, Rob.
Hang on.
Which is
He does not want to say this, so he really
So
doesn't
you
want
gotta
to say
say
it.
Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
We did it, chat.
The phone is named. The phone is named Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. I give lectures to clients about what they name their significant others in text message threads. For example, do not send me the text exchange with your ex that says "this asshole." I now have to give a new admonishment to clients, which is don't name your phone Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
I'm going to go the other way. You should absolutely name your phone that.
GGP clan, GGPP clan. I was expecting a lot of things from this phone extraction.
Oh, I was
I did
expecting
not
way
expect-
worse than that.
The Gorilla Grip you saw. Yes, Emily. We know that the phone is named Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. Oh my God, that's terrible. And the worst is you're talking about a fucking shooting, and it's a.
I mean, this stuff comes up all the time.
I've seen worse.
Oh, I have too.
But
one of my favorite was
Still.
one that so a drug dealer, they took a picture of the guy's phone because they couldn't get into the phone. It had a password. And so they took a picture because he had it so that his text messages would come up on screen. And so the cop literally just like had the phone and took a picture of the phone, right? So, what do you think this guy had as his lock screen picture?
was it a Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal?
I mean, it could have been. It was a
I don't
great
know what that is.
big
I don't even know what
zoomed
that is.
in.
It was a what? Consumed in what?
It was a great big zoomed in. Let's go with clam.
Oh my God.
And the best part is they asked him about it in his police interview.
Wait. Hang on. Can I take this 1 second? It was
Yeah.
a great big zoomed in clam. Was it an iPhone or was it a Android?
Android, I believe.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God,
sure.
that makes it better. So did it have the swipe unlock where you have to?
I don't know about that. I know that they couldn't get into it.
No, but that's terrible. If the cop asks you for your passcode, you say, "You know how," and then he says, "No, I don't, sir." You said, I thought so.
But he actually gives the name of who it's a picture of.
No. Why?
Yes.
Why'd he do that? That was terrible. That's
Because the
worst.
cops asked him, and he was being
He just
very
copped a new
helpful.
charge. He just copped a new charge.
He didn't, though. They didn't have a charge for that because they seized his phone, and he had permission. Guess who comes to pay his bail?
No.
Yes. And because it's a rural police station, you pay that at the cop shop.
Did she walk in and be like, "You didn't know how to unlock it, did you?" Because
I
she
don't
should
think-
have.
I don't think they
She
told her.
Should have.
I don't think they told her. I think she just walked in and the cops were like, huh, okay. So just think about what you said as your lock screen. Now, here's the fun part. In order to get the text messages that they wanted to use against this guy in court, they're taking a picture of...
Oh my God! Of the messages they pop up. Oh my God!
And so they're backgrounded against some things.
No.
And so the prosecutor is like, I am disclosing some text message images. I am blacking out everything but the image. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because we think it might actually violate like the revenge porn laws for us to disclose the full picture. And I was like, oh, okay. And the worst part is that then, like, so I know about this. The client and his girlfriend come into the office. And he's like, I can show you the phone. And I'm like, I don't need to see the phone. And she's right there. And she does not give a... I'm like, I do not need to see the original. I am going to show you the text messages. And you can confirm that these are real text messages.
I can authenticate. I can authenticate the phone. That's what
like,
she
just
said.
tell me if these are... And she's like, you know, but he's like, no, I can show you on the phone. And she just gives no shits. I'm like, no, we are not doing... like, no. So, yeah. Doing criminal defense, you will see a certain amount of weird stuff. And sometimes it is... yeah. I'm sure, like, we see Emily in the chat. I'm sure she's seen some Linda. So, yeah. It is what it is. Just don't... yeah. Don't do that to people you you care for.
Hang on, I found it. What? That was a bad way of leading into this. This is...
You've got a knitted clam?
This is Linda's tight little clam.
And you managed to find the pearl. Good job.
That's Linda's clam. And here's Ray. Ladies, don't marry the Ray. Don't marry the Ray. If you don't know, you're not a member of EDB and you're not a member of my channel. And you should be. So we learn things. For those of you who have not been traumatized by reading a PI report, trust me, you don't want to. They're not fun. Because
the other thing, so I once got a task of going through wiretap transcripts. And
hang on,
so,
the clam fell on the floor. The clam fell on the floor. I gotta pick it up. Son of a bitch. Sorry.
Wiretap transcripts are like, now you get them on a hard drive, right? So you just get whatever. At the time, we got them printed out. And the printed out wiretap transcripts were literally like 2 or 3 banker's boxes. And so I have to go through them looking for relevant discussions of criminal activity to say like, hey, this is stuff we got to know about. Here's the problem. One of the guys they were wiretapping was frequently discussing criminal activity with his girlfriend.
Oh no. Amidst other discussions.
and they would do it in the middle of discussions of,
So smart.
and so it would be like, I'm going to really explicit activities involving like specific body parts with other specific body parts in specific ways with like 12 fucking adjectives. And then they would say, and then we should totally like rob this dude. And then it would be back to, and then I will, and later my tongue will, and I'm like, why the hell are you mixing your crime in with your saucy talk? Why?
Not guilty. Bring the Emily.
Emily, now that you're watching, Leo has a button that summons you. Yeah.
Like, it would have been great if it was like one section was them being, whatever, and I could skim
Frisky,
through that real
yeah.
fast and move it on.
Nope.
Like they're done
Gotta
with the
listen
frisky.
to all of it.
But I'm having to go through the frisky and highlight the parts that are crime, and then give it to another senior lawyer to be like, here you go. Here's
Ian,
all the crime discussion.
If you're asking for sympathy from the divorce attorney who has to sort through all, because all is relevant, you're not going to get it.
And the other really fun thing is when your client's phone gets turned over, and it turns out your client has been doing a lot of taking pictures.
And you get the extraction, it's all deleted photos?
Or it's not deleted photos. Like, it's just like, here's the photos we've got, and it's like, oh, cool. That's fantastic. It's like, oh, I had a guy who was charged for having communications with people who were underage, and he also had communications with people who were overage, but almost all of his communications, as far as I could tell, involved him sending pictures of like south of the border. And I was sitting like,
yeah,
I know this guy way better than I should.
Yeah. And guys that are asking for Emily to jump on, Emily has been streaming all day. She hasn't invited. She ever wants it. I never ask. I never push. She has been streaming all day. Right now, Emily, like I do in her chat, is enjoying the chat. So you guys are probably cracking her the F up right now. So keep doing what you're doing. Let her have fun in chat. She can jump anytime she can jump on anytime she wants, but let her have fun in chat.
And the same thing happens like in Emily's chat. People are like, you should jump on. I'm like, she's got this.
Yeah, she's fine. Like, and sometimes I just want to be in chat, like hanging out in chat. Because I don't want to be on screen. Like sometimes when Ian's on Mondays and I can't be on Mondays, I'll be in chat because I cannot function as a human and be on screen. So
sometimes I'm like literally in court.
Yeah. So, well, that was what we learned about the phone. Well, that was part of it. And that's the funny thing. That's how this started. But I will remind you, back to like somewhat of a serious topic, who elicited the question from the witness directly saying, what was the phone number? Who was the one that had that on screen and directly asked the witness what the phone number was?
Oh, I mean, that was the prosecution. However, defense saw the pages and was like, we're cool with this.
They didn't object. I put this on both of them.
Okay.
Defense should have brought this up ages ago. Defense should have brought this up ages ago.
Did you separate out some contact information for one of the people in the contacts of this phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibit 93. May I approach?
I was actually really pissed recently because in court the judge asked me for my email address, and I'm like, "Are we really going to put that on the record?" And the judge was like, "Well, just
better,
tell
Emily.
me."
Sir, do you
Oh, I'm
recognize States
sorry.
Exhibit
I know that
93?
pain.
I do.
What is that?
This is the contact information for a contact stored as Dadcula.
Dadcula exclamation mark. That's important. The exclamation mark is a critical detail.
I'm sorry. I'm already publishing.
Okay, any objection
No objection.
to the admission and publication?
That's what Ian was saying. Should have objected right there. The phone number's
Yep.
on this thing. That should have been objected to. Both of them should have caught it. She shouldn't have sought to introduce it. He should have objected to it. The judge should have caught it and admonished them. All three of those parties, prosecutor, defense attorney, and judge, should have caught this.
I mean, this. I worry about this in like trials that nobody is watching,
Yes.
let alone national interest shit.
Generally
My
speaking,
trial.
what information does this sheet have with regard to the contact Dadcula? And if you could spell that for us.
Sure, it's DADCULA. So what it has is information about that person's contact info, their WhatsApp phone number, their telephone number, when it was added as a contact, that sort of thing.
What's the phone number for Dadcula?
The phone number is 323.
8675309.
At my request, did you sort of pull out text messages from the date of October 20th, 2021?
Come on, get there.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibit 94. And there are 3 pages to this exhibit.
Come on. I'm going to speed this up to 1.5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I approach. Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a text thread between the 928 number I already referenced and a 505 number.
Permission to publish. And I'll move for the admission of 92, 93, and 94, and then I think we're also going to do a general moving like we discussed.
Okay, so, all right, so you may publish.
When we're
So that was the judge telling them that
So
they
the
may
next thing
publish
is-
this.
message here that's on the
Yep.
screen is this a text message from that phone or to that phone?
It is a text message from the 928 number to the 505 number.
Okay, and can you read it for us?
The content?
Yes.
Yes, it's LOL. I don't need that tonight anyways. Right on. I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon, but maybe not. I'm so pooped.
Okay, and I'm going to show you the second page of Exhibit 94. And is that a text to or from Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
It is from her phone.
And it is to the 505 number?
Correct.
And if you can, and what's the date?
The date is October 20th, 2021 at 7:48 and 46 seconds p.m. local time.
Okay,
So he does a local time adjustment there. He didn't do that the whole time, though. Sorry.
The third page of Exhibit 94. And what's in the blue?
So the blue is an incoming message from that 505 number to her phone.
And just for context, what does that message say?
That message says, "Time to eat now. How the blaze says go."
And then is there and what time was that message sent?
So that message was,
All right, I'm pulling this down. I don't want to show those any more than they already are. That's so Emily, who is in the chat, and I am asking permission, although she has previously granted me permission under such instances, to show what she had posted on Twitter, which I found to be very curious. She put it there publicly. Here it is. So Emily posted, "So glad this question got asked. For background, the state's exhibits of text messages weren't redacted, and the prosecutor read the total numbers allowed on the record in a streamed trial. The court was not happy about it after lunch, but didn't blame the attorneys whose responsibility it is. The court went off on a minute and a half rant against court TV. And I think that's
court TV sucks, but this is like the only time I have to defend them.
I know it's the least suck of all of it. It's like, yes, court TV focused on Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Yes, they weren't focusing on the witness when we wanted them to, but they listened to every one of the judge's instructions. The judge said, "Do not film this video," and they didn't.
I mean, I don't like that they're on like up Hannah's nostrils the whole time. And wasn't it court TV that was like totally focusing on Maya?
They were, but this is not them. This
is on the lawyers.
And the judge.
It's on the judge. She said it's okay to publish. Okay, cool. You just said it's okay to publish, so they published to the world.
So here was the statement made, and thank you, Emily, for pointing this out, because I hadn't caught it. Alex Caparillo says, "I asked a special prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey, about today's phone number debacle leading to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's personal phone being targeted by harassers after it was published widely." So for those of you who are not aware, that phone was live. That phone number was live. And if I catch wind of any of y'all doing any shenanigans, don't do it in my name. Come on, you're better than that, folks. I really do mean it.
I suspect what happened is that a bunch of like Court TV's viewers, and I'm going to blame Court TV because, you know,
it's their chats are unmanageable.
Emily's viewers are much smarter. I bet some of them were just like, I wonder if this number is still good. I'm a dial it. And yeah, don't do it.
She says it was the defense's responsibility to redact it and protect their client's privacy.
I mean, in some ways, the prosecutor doesn't owe a duty to the defense in the same way.
I want to hear her words.
It was an oversight.
Hang on, let me boost this.
I would say that it was an oversight on the defense's part, and we all collectively worked to try to remedy it.
Fuck off. I'm sorry. That is...
I mean, she's not wrong.
It's bullshit. She knew what she was doing. You know better, Ian. I know better. You know better. A fourth-year practicing attorney knows better.
I think they all screwed up.
After that occurred, because we do want to be somewhat respectful of people's privacy. They would have started out, excuse me, they would have started out redacted if that issue had been raised previously, but it wasn't. So we just kind of worked together to try to protect people's privacy.
Let me explain something to the folks in the chat who don't understand, or who might not understand. In Virginia, I'm a trial attorney in Virginia, and Virginia law says that any attorney, any person has an affirmative obligation to prevent any confidential information or publicly identifying information or privately identifying information from being introduced into a public record of the court. That obligation exists for all parties. I have the obligation, they have the obligation. The person that was bringing those exhibits through her witness, her exhibits, her witness, has that obligation.
The thing is, it is ridiculous that defense didn't object to that.
I understand that. It does not just look. Hi, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, who I'm talking to on the screen.
She's not watching.
You want to pass? No, I'm talking to you. You want to pass culpability around, or you want to actually acknowledge that she bears culpability just like everyone else?
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't have done that. And quite frankly, if the other side was testifying, like if I'm the prosecution and defense is about to do that, I'd be like, are you sure?
It's a state exhibit. It was a state exhibit. It was them marshaling that before the jury. That is their responsibility. And let me tell you how far I pushed this.
The other thing is that I have interrupted like prosecutors who are about to put information of the of a complainant into the public record, and
I'm getting there.
You get a judge to really like you a lot if you step in to protect that. It's a good way to earn points.
Yeah, Emily, I'm getting there. Hang on one sec. What I was saying was, this is so significant because let's say in cases that I have, right, we have motions to compel discovery based on non-responsive interrogatories. The interrogatories ask for the bank account information for my client, and my client lists the last 4 digits. I do that intentionally because I know that there are young attorneys out there that will actually, when they file their motion to compel, they will include the entire unredacted interrogatory responses, and they have in the past. And I have a boilerplate letter that says, here comes the sanctions. Please seek to redact or seal this part of your motion because you inadvertently filed these interrogatory answers with identifying information and account numbers. It happens with young attorneys.
It happens with old attorneys too.
I mean, it does inadvertently. You cannot tell me that when the subject matter of the testimony is a Cellbrite extraction, you don't have that information at the front of your brain. I want to hear the rest of her statement, but then I want to pull up the order.
That's the defense's responsibility, although it was your exhibit?
My opinion is yes, that it is because it's their privacy that they want protected.
Do you know what actually happened? Was her phone getting text messages or phone calls?
I don't want to comment on that because I don't have any personal knowledge of that. You certainly can ask Mr. Bowles.
She's not going to admit responsibility publicly.
What was going on with that? What's the background there?
I don't want to discuss that because if it wasn't on the record, I would imagine there's a reason for it. Okay, thanks.
And to be fair, that is exactly the right response.
It is. I don't particularly care for her, and I haven't for quite some time. And I've been pretty clear about that, like from the beginning of the motions practice. Like I formed my opinion of her trial strategy and her demeanor from the motions practice. And I thought that what she tried to pull in a lot of the motions was beyond the pale. I didn't like what she was trying to do. That's just me. And again, be mindful. I personally believe that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is culpable and should be responsible for this incident. I am not commenting on whether she should or should not be guilty or innocent. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is I don't like seeing attorneys play these games. This was the order that was entered on the 21st. The stipulated protective order on the forensic download of defendant's cellular phone. This is a problem. These be lies. Stipulated protective order. This matter having come before the court upon the stipulation of the parties who hereby agree that good cause exists and justice requires a protective order prohibiting the public release of the contents of defendant's cellular phone and the corresponding forensic download of defendant's cellular phone, and the court being fully advised of the premises. So there's a substantial risk of physical harm, intimidation, unnecessary. So here's the thing. She just told you in her own words, I don't know about that. You know, I didn't want the phone calls or anything like that. How would I know that? How would I know that? Because it is hereby ordered that there's a substantial risk to defendant Hannah Gutierrez of physical harm, intimidation, unnecessary annoyance, or embarrassment that will result from the public disclosure of the content of her cellular phone contained within the forensic download that was conducted in the course of the investigation, and that good cause exists. And justice requires a protective order prohibiting the public release of the contents contained within the defendant's cellular phone retrieved via the forensic download of her cellular device. It is further ordered that this protective order does not supersede blah, 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 all the previous rulings, and it's remained in effect until further order of the court. That was signed on February 21st, 2 days ago. That order was signed that directed, oh, look who signed it. Oh my gosh, both of them. They stipulated to it, they agreed to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I am now torn, and the torn part of me is that, one, I think the judge has egg on her face.
A little bit, yep.
Because the court entered an order, and the court did not even take a second to look at the document before. I mean, they asked permission to publish, and the judge is the marshal. She is the one in control of her own orders. But both of the litigants are bound before her to present her with something that she is to believe is in conformity with those orders. I think the judge has the authority to sanction both of them. One, for presenting it. Two, for not objecting. Is it a little hypocritical by the judge to do it for not calling it out herself? Yeah, but judges do it all the time. What happened today was inexcusable. And I honestly believe that that's what led to the early adjournment today. I think she was so thrown. I think the judge was so thrown by that, and by the court.
There's
TV
something else
publication.
going on as well. There's that juror question. There's something else going on.
There's. I think it started here, where I think she realized that she had the order in place, and I think they drew it to her attention too. That was not okay. That can't happen in trials like this. I don't know. You know that people are going to be like, well, it's easy. Change your number. Is that really what we're going to do? Is that how we're going to respond?
I mean, it's what's going to happen.
It's what's going to happen. Just imagine the messages that she received. Emily, the more time I have to think about it, the more angry I get. Also, the defense specifically said, no objection, I hate it here. And they specifically asked the judge permission to publish. They asked permission after showing
everybody
the judge exactly what the document was. Everyone knew.
Everybody signed on to this. Everyone signed on to it. And here's the thing that is a real piss off. They're blaming they're blaming Court TV.
Their fault.
They threatened to kick Court TV out.
They're the only ones that have any responsibility here.
We might lose the stream just because the lawyers fucked up. So,
hang on, I'm going to pull this up. And Judge, I have been in your corner. I have viewed you as being a fair jurist. I feel like now you're in over your head, and I say that with every ounce of respect I can. This is overwhelming. This is a remarkably publicly facing trial. It is publicly broadcast. You have so much that you do on the bench as far as managing the egos of the litigants, the two attorneys, managing the personalities in the courtroom, managing the people in the courtroom, managing the witnesses, managing the jury. You have all of those things, and you're ruling on evidentiary objections as they come up. And listen, testimony, all of the above. This, to me, feels like one more thing on her plate that she was not ready to handle. And she screwed up. She realized it. And instead of coming out and addressing the issue with what I think should have been an apology from the bench, she did this.
Emily, it did count as pigeon business. We played the pigeon business, when it was on my stream.
And I'm absolutely bothered that someone went on court TV.
No, they didn't go on court TV and do it. This pisses me off. This bothers me because this is a judge who has lost. The power of a judge is the ability to manage their own emotions, keep them in check, and keep reason in front of all of that.
Well, I mean, she says she's
Everything.
bothered. That's not exactly.
But
losing
listen to
it.
what she says. Listen to what she says as the quote factual recitation and who she blames. That is not logic speaking. That is emotion speaking. And if she had taken 2 seconds,
I think it's her
5
not
seconds.
really understanding the issue. Like she hasn't had any. I think she's just trying to figure it out, and she's trying to say stop it, but she doesn't understand what's going on yet.
I put this on everybody too, by the way. No, we're not going to do this. Here's the thing. We're not going to do this. We're not going to
gonna
call
extend
people
a little-
boomers. I understand that that's a common phrase, and I know that's not said with malice.
I'm
But
just going to extend
we're-
the judge a little bit of kindness here. I don't think she understands what's going on right now. I
It's a whole
don't think
lot.
I don't think she's raging out. I think she's just saying there's a problem. I don't think she understands quite where the problem comes in yet, and she is like, we got to fix this, right? It's got to stop.
She swung the pendulum to a lot more reactive than corrective. Like she went a lot more like when it was supposed to be like corrective, like back towards center, she went like reactive.
How many times did Judge A threaten to kick people out of court?
True.
Like every 10 minutes. I'm exaggerating, but a lot.
Judges are people.
I don't like.
I think you're reading into my frustrations as being so directed at the judge. I'm not. I'm directed at everybody. I'm frustrated that this happened on all ends.
Yeah, I just think the judge is trying to react to it, and I don't think she's really figured out where the blame goes yet. But
And
I
I want
think
to be clear before any blame gets to the judge. Before any blame gets to the judge, it has to go through the attorneys. The attorneys are the ones that are responsible for presenting that information to the judge.
yeah. Somebody says surely she's already changed her number. I doubt it. I bet she's running the same number. I'm sure the lawyers are.
So
A criminal defense lawyer, your phone number is actually a valuable asset because you want clients to know your number, and changing your number sucks. I don't think he's going to change his number. I think he's going to wait it out because
Oh yeah, yeah.
in 2 months, like his number's still good, and people are going to
Take the
stop.
onslaught. Take the onslaught. Keep the clients.
Yep, people are going to stop texting it just to be like, "Hey, is this Mr. Bowles? You know, I'm watching the trial right now, and you should totally." I mean, I'm sure that there's going to be a ton of people going, "You should totally do this," and he's going to be like, "Yeah, thanks, Chips." You know,
let me tell you, and tell me if you disagree. Let me tell you where I believe responsibility ought to lay. First, the prosecutor who intended to proffer this and offered this as evidence in the face of an order that prohibited her from doing so. First, one.
Yep.
Two, the defense attorney that failed to object and said, "We agree."
Yep.
And three, and only three, because the first two failed in every regard, the judge who had the last chance to look at it and be like, okay.
Hey, this is in direct violation of the order I specifically gave. But you know who has no responsibility here? The, court TV.
Yeah. So here are the comments.
And I'm absolutely bothered that someone went on court TV and then took pictures of the exhibits. So.
What do you think people are going to do?
You're not on court TV, period. So that happens, you're out of here for the rest of the trial. All right.
Okay, so here's what I'm wondering.
Let's
Pause.
call in the jury.
Pause. I have a different theory about what she's pissed off about. And this is a possibility. So hear me out.
Third parties.
I'm thinking that she's upset that somebody in the courtroom
screenshotted
an exhibit or took a picture of it or whatever, and then possibly contaminated the jury or, showed it. That I think might, because we know there's a jury tie-in here, right? We know there's that. And
interesting.
Because she doesn't say to court TV, "I will kick you out if this happens again." She's specifically talking to the courtroom and saying, let's
rewind this one more time.
Yeah, who's she talking to here?
Might have me here because I don't know, Ian. That's, to me,
because she's talking to the courtroom.
Stretch. Hang on.
Well, the thing is we don't know at all, right? That's the problem.
I know.
But she doesn't say court TV, "I will come after you."
Wait.
Let's talking to people.
I want to hear it again.
And I'm absolutely bothered that someone went on court TV.
So someone, not court TV, someone went on court TV. Okay.
She doesn't say, "I'm bothered that court TV shows this."
Took pictures of the exhibits.
Yep.
So you're not on court TV, period. So that happens, you're out of here for the rest of the trial.
She tells the people, you can't be on court TV. She doesn't say court TV, you can't show the stuff. She tells the people in the courtroom, you can't be on court TV.
I have an interesting question. I have a very interesting question. There are witnesses that, the rule of exclusion has been applied, but she's been very careful about saying witnesses and people instruct witnesses not to look at court TV.
Yep.
And
there's also discussion later.
If she suspects that someone takes a photo or a screenshot of the court TV feed of text messages and circulates that to a witness that will later testify. For example, Seth Kenney.
Well, did you see the bit later? There's a bit later where she specifically says, I want an I want an understanding that none of the witnesses are to be on court TV, and they have some discussion as to whether that extends to experts.
That's at the end. Yeah, I can get
So
there.
that to me suggests that maybe a witness was contaminated or otherwise shown this, because she tells the courtroom, like she doesn't actually threaten court TV in that discussion. So this, like, the more I hear it, the more I'm wondering that she is like she's telling the room that they can't look at court TV, but she's not telling court TV
You know
that
what?
they can't broadcast.
There's some behind the scenes shit going on.
There's
going
more
on
to this
in that
than we
courtroom.
know.
And
Yeah.
there are statements being made at sidebar that are expressing concerns about people in the gallery. So at side, and this now explains a lot. Oh my God. If there is something going on in the gallery and one of the attorneys is becoming apprised of it, they cannot bring it to the court's attention in open session. They have to actually walk sidebar and have a private conversation with the judge with all counsel present and say, hey, there's person A, B, C, D, E in the gallery. They are doing this. They did this during Deputy Heard. You guys saw it. And they bring it to the court's attention, and the court mobilizes George, who is the bay of all bays. George is out there. And George,
if this is correct, I'm just putting down Runkle solved it first.
if this is correct, I will give you all the damn credit. This would explain a lot. It would also explain the question, because let's say that one of the people in the gallery hypothetically held a phone up and took a picture of the screen. Now they're not supposed to. And we know that George took a phone from a witness. But let's say that phone image captured one of the jury members, or I don't care. Speculate away. This makes a lot more sense than the doxing, because when the doxing comes at issue, honestly, the blame is cast all around, and
I think there's more to it than we are really seeing here.
not-
Something
Listen-
else is happening that they have to
listen to what-
investigate with the jury.
Listen to what she says at the beginning. She doesn't talk about. She talks about the complaint about phone calls at the very, very, very beginning, but it's not about that. Hang on.
All right.
So, come on the record, Judge.
And I'm absolutely bothered that someone went on court TV and then took pictures of the exhibits.
That's at the litigants.
Mm-hmm.
Look where her eyes are.
There's something
Look where her
more
eyes
to
are.
this, right? There's more to this than we're seeing, because
Look who
there's that
look
jury.
who she's looking at.
Yeah, and there's the jury question as well, right? What
Yeah,
that ties into this somehow,
I'll get there at the very
and
end.
we don't know.
Come on, I rewinded too much. What's the line from Princess Bride?
I mean, the Princess Bride is all good lines.
I disamnesiaed him too much. I remembered him too much. What's it?
And
No, it is too much. Let me sum up.
absolutely bothered. And I'm
Look
absolutely
at the eyes.
bothered that someone went on court TV and then took pictures of the exhibits. So you're not on court TV, period. So that
I can't-
happens, you're out of here for the rest of the
I
trial.
can't tell where she's looking
All
exactly.
right, thank you. All right, let's call in the jury. Did we get everything straightened out? Counsel? I don't want to rush you.
Gallery got scolded.
Yeah,
I
think-
agree, Celine. She's
Yeah.
she's at the gallery. Huh.
But there's the jury question, right? And why is she asking the jury a question? Well, it's got to be something, right? It's got to be something that is there. So,
Here's a good theory. I'm guessing an expert went on court TV and took pictures of the exhibits.
yeah.
It was. So let's get to the end. I want to get to this, the juror question. So the rest of the Celebrite guy, the only thing we get from him towards the end that's a bit exciting is that Attorney Bowles ends up in the text messages, which is it's a preview and it's a threat. Let me see if we get
They
there.
knew he was going to be in the text messages.
From Ms. Reed that says, yeah, we got some that just aren't long barreled. They're the same thing. And then finally, message from the dad killer contact that says exactly.
May I approach? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 95. And would you go ahead and do the same thing with 95?
Certainly. So 95 is from November 8th of 2021. And the first message is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, hey, I need you to check out my boxes and send me some pictures of our boxes of dummies. The second page starts with an incoming text from the dad killer contact that says will do. And then beneath that is another incoming text message with a photograph.
And at my request, did you separate that photograph? Did you isolate that photograph for me?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously entered.
By the way, that's significance because the dad killer, I think, that's Thel Reed, right?
Yeah.
And the text to Thel Reed and Thel Reed saying back our boxes is a suggestion that that box did not come from Seth Kenny. That's what the prosecution is relying on.
Yeah.
Into evidence as States Exhibit 69. And we're
I've heard some
this
really
quick
interesting
and
things
old-fashioned way.
about,
Thel Reed.
allegations and
Yes.
shade towards Thel
Sorry,
Reed.
the dirty screen. What is that?
That is the image that was sent via text message, via iMessage to Ms. Reed's phone from the dad killer contact.
Thank you, sir. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, in addition to doing some work on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, did you also do some work on?
You know what? I'm thinking about this more.
Don't do that.
You're right. You're fucking right. Because
I usually am.
It were, I hate you for it sometimes,
No, you don't.
except when you're wrong.
That never happens. That's just a myth.
False. If
For example, the Google Maps thing
if the
is
issue, like
100%
if the issue
right.
were, if the issue were the use of the phone numbers, you would have expected any defense attorney to, even in the face of them saying, agreed or stipulated, blah, 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 you would have expected them to raise an issue about reading the whole thing. I stipulated to the exhibit. I didn't stipulate to him reading it out loud on the record to everyone. You would have expected something. We saw nothing.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird.
Because I went into this afternoon thinking that we would see a motion for sanctions over the weekend. And now I'm wondering, I don't know.
We don't know what the jury question is. That's the thing. That is the missing piece of this puzzle, and we will never know.
Nope. Tell me your mind isn't going like 9 million different places at once right now. Like you've.
Oh, absolutely everywhere.
Nancy Robbins, and Just Because, and everyone who's gifted memberships, thank you for the immense generosity you have shown to the channel. I have one request of everyone that's watching right now. Well, I have two. Request number one. There's a little thumbs up button at the bottom of the screen, right below our faces. If you wouldn't mind hitting that and saying that you liked the content, liked the stream, it would be remarkably appreciated. If you do like the content, please subscribe and consider subscribing to my friend, Ian Runkle of the Bailey. My second request is that this generosity that you are showing me, all of this generosity, I would like for you to withhold that from me, and please share it with my friend who's been covering this trial better than anybody else.
Oh, well,
So
thank you.
When Ian does a stream on Monday doing a recap, I want the love to go there. Please do. You guys show me a whole lot of love, and Ian does a whole lot of work. And he's here giving the spicy commentary. For example, we could not have reached the conclusion that we did, that was not directed at Court TV, if Ian and I were not having this joust.
Sometimes you
Please
need
take
that. You need that banter.
You have to.
Cell phone extractions from some other folks involved in this case.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember their names?
There was a woman named Sarah. I don't remember her last name.
Okay.
And a gentleman whose name I don't remember. But
Okay.
I'm sure I would if you refresh my memory.
Well, I'm going to leave that to defense counsel, and I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Bullion.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned you did some other extractions. Does the word Dave Halls ring a bell?
Yes,
All right, is that the other phone that you looked at?
correct.
All right. And Judge, if I can publish just to his screen, please.
I'll have to look at that court in motion.
Sure.
So I can see what's on the screen. Is that okay?
You can stand there, stand here, wherever you'd like. It'll be quicker to do it this way because then I can publish it if the judge admits him.
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Here, why don't I just stand here
Yeah.
and I'll look over your shoulder? That's fine.
Yeah, that works.
You see, it's those little comments. I know an attorney just like this, and it drives me nuts. I know Morrissey. I know this attorney. I swear I know someone just like her.
And it doesn't fill you with joy?
No, trauma. That was sarcastic and hyperbole. It fills me with frustration.
What are you looking at?
Sidebar.
I don't know if they're things that he actually deleted or if they were cached images that got purged.
And how many images are notated on the report as being deleted?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, help yourself. Sorry.
So there's 152,237 images total, and there's 1,438 that are deleted.
You just a lot.
And then
That's a lot of fucking pictures.
I mean, the thing is I
Did he
really
say,
want.
did I hear that right? 152,000?
Yes. Keep in mind, a ton of these pictures will not have been intentionally saved. A ton of these
Yeah.
pictures will just be
Click shots.
she's well, or just browsing the internet on her phone.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
The other
that's a
thing
lot.
is she's young. I bet she's got a memes folder.
Fair.
And we will never get
Very
access
fair.
to her memes folder, but I want her memes folder.
I really do too.
I want her
I
memes
bet-
folder.
And not even for like I think there's some they're gonna be there. They're funny.
The other thing is there's almost certainly, based on how things have gone, some photos that should not be shared with the public. So
Yeah, and I don't like when they even allude to those. So
I thought they've
I
done
get
too much
frustrated there.
hinting because they forget that all of this is going to be publicly viewed. Some of this should have been done through consent orders that were sealed.
Yeah, I agree.
3,214 videos with 7 deleted.
Okay. And when you're looking at a device and you see that something's been deleted, what does that actually mean? What is that telling you?
It means that it was deleted and recovered. So if I delete something from my cell phone and it's overwritten, or that memory is actually purged, then it's not recovered and there's just no evidence of it. So this shows that there were items that were deleted and recovered by the program.
All right. And you have no way of knowing if additional things were deleted because it just wouldn't be extracted. You wouldn't have the information to look at.
Correct.
All right. And in your experience, do you know that sometimes happens?
Well,
I know that it can happen. I mean, if it's not there.
I'm gonna play him at normal tone because I like his cross style. Really methodical. Listen to how he does it. The witness is not on guard. The witness is wanting to talk, and he keeps it that way. He doesn't put him in defensive position. This is a great tactic. This is how I cross witnesses.
I don't know that it was there to begin with and was deleted, but it certainly can happen.
And actually, I'll just do this here with you. So if you can go to the emails page on that document.
I do.
Oh, Ray, me too.
all right.
Sarah Zachary, give me
There's
that
about
cross.
20 emails in Mr. Hall's extraction.
Oh, I want the.
How do you know that
I'll
these
take
are
the Hannah
actually
cross
emails?
every day of the week.
So there's incoming emails. The top one is an incoming email. It's just to avoid what we had earlier. It's to a Gmail address.
Mhm.
So that means that account was installed on the phone, and this is an email that was received by his phone, signed into an email address associated with him.
Okay, so that physical phone has access to that email address.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I would move to conditionally.
What a
admit
great shot.
Evidence exhibit. Oh,
What a phenomenal shot by Court TV. Great imagery. Way to frame the image.
Of the back of the dude's head, blocking the front of the other dude's head.
Everything about that. Katie Cotton, my phone is now named Mostly Dead All Day. Does EDB now have to give 100 memberships?
I think she gave 300.
What? Lost. Okay. How does the Gorilla Grip enter the case? Via Hannah's cell phone. Cookie Mon Steve, and very late, but in the nick of time for this GGPP. Lucky timing. This is an interesting development from today. It was one that caught my attention. Mama Bets, is that love or lust? I don't know. Lady Drake, sorry, Rob Sandy missed the last 5 times you mentioned the name of the cell phone. What is it again? Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. I'm never going to forget that. That's just, well, Sandy said it again. Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. Celine, wholesome story time with Runkle. John Common, could you guys please provide a defense for Linda? EDB's been very critical of where Linda puts it. The clam should not be on the floor. It should never be on the floor. Fiona, thank you for the gift of memberships. Mujer Barroca. Ian has great stories. He has really good ones. Really good ones. Time Lords, wait, Lady Drake, I missed that as well. Once more, Rob, please and thank you. Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. John Common, thank you for the gift of memberships. Kelsey Nicole, thanks for becoming a member. John Common, does Linda's clam have a gorilla grip? Ask Ray. Oh no. Dark Tech Observer on catch up. We are safer than in the past. We hear about every bad thing that happens in the entire US today, and we are bad at grasping per capita. I agree with this. We get over sensationalized everything. It should not mean that it doesn't happen all the time to different people, but everything is not the end of the world. Just saying. Hang on, I gotta get to the questions. Where's the lunch break? Here we go. It was about here.
I don't know if you think it's your lucky day, but we're going to break early. I think from the faces I see, it's a good thing. Okay. All right, but we have one question that we're going to ask you to go back in to your room and answer this question. And then come back out and get dismissed, and we give you all the don't forget language. Okay. It'll come clear to you. You're all going to go out. He's going to ask you that question. He's going to get your answer. And then
It'll come clear to you. This was the weirdest thing I think I have seen in a trial.
It'll become clear once they see the question.
Yeah.
and he's going to give me the answer on that piece of paper, and then you all are going to come back in. Okay? All right.
All rise.
Oh, this I have to laugh at.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to see that one.
No. This one. This I have to laugh at.
I know. I was waiting for you to see it.
Oh my God, Eric. By the way, Eric, you have a package that's being delivered to you probably on Monday. Don't freak out. It's a pen. Eric knows Morrissey very well because Eric was speaking to armorers around this time. Eric Hunley has a YouTube channel, which is a phenomenal channel. Please go check his channel out. Let me actually pull the link to the channel and post it in the chat real quick. Hunley. Eric's a great dude, and honestly is one of these people who just loves dialogue and information. He is like the person that cannot live without information from all sides all the time, everywhere. But Eric had the lovely opportunity of interviewing a bunch of armorers after Alec Baldwin got charged and actually talked to Seth Kenney, correct? Yes.
Yep.
And Morrissey found out about that. And Morrissey was like, hey, Mr. Hunley, I want your computer and your call log and your phone. And Eric was like, I live in Virginia. Go fuck yourself.
I would have had extra fun with that.
It was contentious. Morrissey is a peach. She's
I'm sure she's a bulldog.
Yeah, Eric got interviews with Seth Kenney. Eric talked to Seth Kenney and talked to him in confidence, meaning he is a reporter and is not going to release his sources of information or how he acquired it or what they said. He's not going to do that. It was spicy. So, Ms. Morrissey, my opinion of her stems back to those early discovery days where we didn't know a whole lot. So thanks, Eric, for chiming in. That was perfect. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. Oh, God. But this message back to the jury, what the fuck? I've never seen this. Have you ever seen something like this?
This is crazy.
Yeah. It doesn't happen. And they march out. I will say, I kind of like the blazer. I'm a fan. It's a little bit statement-ish, but neutral. I would have advised my client to wear something not so bold, but I think it's stylish.
All right, you may be seated.
And they wait for a period of time. The jury comes back in, and there's silence.
People knew that I.
Hang on. Missed it. Here we go.
When we're waiting here for the jury, and Haven and I are, shooting the breeze, that it was being picked up on court TV. So, people knew that I walked my dogs when I got home, things like that. And so we just want to make sure we were all kind of squirmish on which things trigger us going on court TV. So that's why we went in the hallway. We didn't mean to be secretive. We just wanted to take a breather on feeling, a little, tight up here. That's why. Okay. So we wanted to share that because we didn't want to leave that impression. Okay. So they were supposed to write it down here, but you can tell me.
So do I need everyone to individually?
No, I mean, just, let's see.
All right. So that last comment was the last that I wanted to cover that. And I actually had a specific comment related to that. So do you remember in the Take Care of Maya trial when Greg Anderson got very bad news during the trial?
Mm-hmm.
And he was up at the bench?
Yeah.
And the Judge Carroll called him to the front of the bench and said, no, hang up here. And we actually learned from Greg afterwards that Judge Carroll had called him up because Judge Carroll had the button, like the button that set the cameras up and muted everything.
Yeah.
This judge needs a button. She needs a button. I think that she was thrown by the earlier stuff and it threw off the rest of the afternoon. Everything.
I think she's a little surprised by what's going on.
Yeah. But I wanted to share this. Alita, my friend, who is covering this trial, Gavel to Gavel Live. If you want to check that out, please do. Legal Bites. Look, all I'm saying is you can't tell me this isn't Lumber Law's cousin. Now, that is a handsome gentleman. So, I have no shame. But yeah, I don't know. What's the verdict? Is that my cousin? Ian calls him the Wish version of me.
Wish.com, yep.
So all right, I'm gonna catch up on super chats. I'm gonna play the Hildebrandt and Frankie sentencing. Ian, you are free to jump anytime, my friend. I know you've been doing a lot today.
I'm good to stick around for a bit longer. I mean, I kind of wanted to chat about some of the other stuff because I've been doing Rust all, for a bit there.
Okay, let's catch up some questions. Sir Merrick, Ian, from what I understand, the cartridges with the flat tip bullet are for the long guns because they are loaded back to front in a level action. That is beyond my expertise.
Yes and no. You don't want pointed bullets in a tube-fed magazine because the points then rest on the primers. So you don't want that. That said, they're all flat tips on that. It was just a matter of whether or not we're talking about wad cutter, semi-wad cutters or what else. So, yeah.
Sherry Reed, I don't understand quarter loads. I was told they have some gunpowder. Does this mean it's a live round?
It's a blank. It's not a live round because it doesn't have a projectile. It has 1/4 the usual powder that otherwise they would have.
With a crimped end and a wad.
Yeah, a quarter load is just 1/4 the usual amount. It's really low. Yeah.
Daffy 9 hit a year milestone, but it flew by earlier. Daffy 9, thank you for being a member for a year. Thank you for all that you have done. Please send me an email. Let me email you back. So lawandlumber@gmail.com. Please do. Chris Bowman, nurses are responsible for the medicine they give patients. They're also responsible for catching bad orders from doctors. It's a little bit nuanced, though. There are accidents, and then there are things that you should definitely not allow to happen. This one falls in the definitely not. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed had a lot more responsibility than people are giving her credit for. A whole lot more. And whether her age or her maturity level or anything else, the role that she took on is far greater than what people are attributing to her. They're saying she's just this person, blah, blah, blah. No, her role was the responsibility of the safe use, storage, and maintenance of the firearms on set. That's a big deal. Snazzy trinkets, jewelry coming in late, so forgive me if you already discussed, but COVID protocols affected her ability to do her job. X amount of people, if people on set at a time. They haven't raised that issue yet. So we'll see if they raise it. Heather R., y'all are the only men I trust. I'm a liberal, but pro-gun and Runkle is king. You are
thank you.
You are his audience, by the way. You just defined Ian Runkle.
I'm my politics kind of are this weird mess. But yes.
You're just Ian. You're Ian. You're not politics.
much.
You're just Ian. Anna I. Dad always said, when in trouble, when in doubt, run in circles, scream and shout. You may look crazy, but kidnappers don't want a loud, crazy person. Depends.
Mixed on that.
Wait, if you move, what about the countertop? Can it be moved or will it stay behind? Stay behind. Philip Feinstein. I was in a position that demanded I tell people in power no on a regular basis. I had to learn not to care about anyone's opinions. Yes.
I mean, one of those is lawyering.
Yeah.
And if you want to tell me that a 24-year-old woman cannot be a good lawyer, I will tell you go fuck yourself, because
correct.
The number of women I've seen who, like young women who are powerhouses, and that can mean standing up to a judge who can technically throw you in jail and be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. That's not correct. Standing up to clients, including clients who are like multiple murderers, because I've represented people with murder convictions. Sorry, no. 24-year-old, if she's not up to spec, that's on her. And there's plenty of other women who could have done that job just fine. Lots of women who could have done that job just fine. Lots of women her age and younger. Nope. I don't buy it. I think the people saying, oh, it's just because she's a young woman,
No,
Sorry,
you can't shirk responsibility like that. Like, you have responsibility.
And it requires like this negative assessment of young women. It's like, no, there's badasses out there.
That's not what that is at all. Like, I've told people in the chat, like, my mom went back to work when I was, I think, 6 months old, and Yadira, my nieta who raised me, like, came into the house full time. My mom went back to work and she bossed people around. I watched as a young boy. I watched when my mom took me to the office when, like, there was no one else to look after me. Took me to the office, and I watched men, grown-ass men, walk out of my mom's office crying. She was probably in her late 30s.
Mm-hmm.
You can be a badass, man, woman, I don't care. But own the responsibility you have and own the mistakes you make. All of them. As a lawyer, Ian, have you ever had to make that call where you made a mistake?
Oh, I mean, you make mistakes. Sometimes you got to own up to it.
How much does it suck?
Lots. You know what sucks more, though? Not making that call and getting caught. And I've never been that guy, but I've watched other lawyers make that call, like make the I'm just going to try to make it go away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got brought in for a rule to show cause for a FTA, failure to appear, because a client who had not retained told the judge that they had retained me, and the judge issued because opposing counsel was a dick, the judge issued an FTA, a failure to appear, against me personally, because opposing counsel said, like, push the issue. So when I was a year and a half into the practice of law, my first appearance in front of this judge was on an FTA. And I owned it. I bit the bullet. I said I met with the client, and they said they didn't retain. And I told him that we had not entered engagement, but I can understand how they reached that conclusion, and I should have apprised more clearly opposing counsel and the court. And I fell on the sword. And the judge, we had a good relationship. You fall on the sword when you need to. And it's not the sword. It's not falling on the sword. It's just owning what responsibility you did have in that moment. And you go a whole lot further doing that than anything else.
I had a document that was late.
Long time since I thought about that case.
I had a document that was late filed. And so I was there asking for permission to, for the court to accept it. And the court was like, Mr. Runkle, how did this happen? And I'm like, well, here's the story of how it happened, which was I'd provided it to an assistant. The assistant had failed to understand that, like, when I say this needs to be filed today, it needs to be filed today. And I said, like, so I got this document, I handed it to my assistant. I told my assistant to file it. It didn't get filed. And I said, and ultimately that's on me. Like, that's my fault. And I will make sure next time that I am, closer in on the loop there, and the judge said, oh, Mr. Runkle, you have already understood the lesson I was about to impress on you. And I think we can save the lecture. And I was like, oh, good. Like, it just, the judge was all set to chew me out for it's your fault. I also had a missed appearance at one point. It happens. And the judge said, like, hey, explain it. And I explained it. And the judge was like, okay, we're good. And somebody asked, what am I drinking? I am drinking scotch. This is Two Brewers. There's Yukon Single Malt. It's a Canadian scotch. It is out of Whitehorse. It is actually really good. It used to be really good and fairly inexpensive. Now it is just really good. Sadly, other people figured out that it was really good, so it's not cheap anymore.
And I saw someone in the chat asking the question of, like, the FTA. When I said FTA, failure to appear. So Ian said, like, he missed an appearance. That is one thing. right? An FTA is essentially a bench warrant. So I had a judge issue a bench warrant that was returnable on my own. It wasn't like the sheriff was going to come out and arrest me, but it was saying, Ms. Morton, you appear here under penalty of incarceration for that failure to appear. As a lawyer who's been practicing for under 2 years, that's your wake up call. That's your hi. They ask NFL players, like, what's your welcome to the NFL moment? Like, what's your welcome to the practice of law moment? That's your welcome to the practice of law moment.
Okay, fine, chat. It's Canadian whiskey. I don't really care about geographic indicators. That's a separate rant.
We are on ADHD special. Trisha Lynn, that gorgeous bar/counter you made with the constellations better be coming with you. No, it stays here. Dad and his memorial in the sky stays with this house, and it will be remembered, and it'll be here forever. I think you guys aren't recognizing the significance.
I see what you're saying.
Fact.
It's like a gravestone. You don't move a gravestone.
You don't move it. You don't move it.
It just. So I get it. I mean, it kind of makes me sad.
No, it's so cool. It's so cool.
I get it. I love the I love that countertop. It is.
I always intended it to be that case. I always knew this house was not going to be my forever house. I always intended that countertop would stay with it, and that Dad would be here. He'd always be here.
And you know what the other thing is? The person who buys that house, they're going to look at that countertop and they're going to see that is one of the features of that house. They're going to be like, this is absolutely one of the, this is something we love about this house. They're going to fall in love with that, even if they don't know the significance of it. I think they're going to keep it. Somebody says they might remodel the kitchen. They might. I think they're going to say, I like this feature.
Ian has seen the kitchen. They're not going to remodel the kitchen. They're not going to.
I'm going to tell you, if I was like, I'm going to remodel this, I'd be like, okay, we're going to change all this thing. This countertop stays though. So,
and this question, no, Dad never saw it. He never saw it. That's not the important part. The important part is that, so there's a hidden part that I haven't really shared. It's that I'm making an acrylic top for that countertop that actually has engraved the actual lines between the constellations, so that when I put that acrylic top on top of, like, the little glass top on top of the counter, you'll see everything. Like, it will all be revealed, right? So that part, and you better believe that when I'm selling this house, I'm going to hide that until someone puts in an offer, and then I'll show them the constellation. You have to recognize, Ian, you know how much I love this, like what we pass on to others.
Oh, absolutely. So one of the things, my wife and I are looking at building something soon. That is, so our game plan is, we really like the lot that we're on, and we just don't so much like the, but our house is old. So the plan is to build a carriage house garage, like knock down our garage, build a new garage, and then the garage will have like a little home space above it. It's going to be tiny, but it's going to be a home space above it. And then later we'll knock the house down and build a house there, right? So we'll just sort of do it in 2 steps so we can still stay here. So we're looking at the carriage house, which I've got a design I like. It's for sort of a studio apartment above a 3-car garage. And we can either keep that as like a guest space. So like, hey, Rob, come on over. I've got a whole apartment to put you in, which I think would be amazing to have that kind of guest space so that I could,
that'd be so
you know, and what is it? The other thing but the other thing is it gives like 3 cars. We could Airbnb the space above, but it gives me some actual space to like more workshop space. So I'm hoping to get that going. So yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna lose workshop space. I'm gonna be very sad. But
you don't have a lot of workshop space.
I can make do with anything.
Oh,
People
you're
have
gonna be
asked-
sad if you don't get workshop space.
I know. People have asked, can we see it?
I gotta
This is
say
the
the
countertop.
pictures. The picture's a good picture. It's not a shit picture. I was gonna say it's a shit picture. It's not a shit picture. It just can't do it proper credit. Guys, those little flecks that you see there are
fiber
not
optics.
flecks. Those are fiber optics. Those glow. And so when you're actually seeing it, you can see the depth of the material because it's semi-opaque, right? It's semi-transparent, semi-opaque. And so you can see those lights in the surface of it, and it really does a great look of being, you know, a starscape.
Yeah.
So,
So
it's
this
a
is Dad.
really nice.
So there's Dad flying his plane.
Dad did a good job.
He did. There's the
Job of a dad is
constellations I
raising
mapped
good
out.
kids, so you know, Lumber Dad did a good job.
He was a good dad. There's the constellations all mapped out. That was the day he died, looking north from Blakely Island, Washington, where he passed away. And so I created the countertop. I set it out to lay the sky line. I drilled the holes and laid the fibers. Drilled the holes, laid the fibers. Built his name into the stars. And this is what it does when I ask it to turn on. And there's he and I. I love that one. No, wait, hang on. My favorite. I have to. This is my show. I get to. Hang on. My AirPod's disconnected. Give me 1 second. I can now hear again. So it's my show. I get to play the one that I wanted to from a while ago when I was having a.
I mean, who's going to tell you no?
I don't know. You wouldn't. You actually. You guys, I appreciate the absolute hell out of Ian and the friendship that we have. It is one of.
I mean, I'm
my
full of
most
mischief,
treasured
but I'm not going
things.
to.
Oh, I know. I completely know. But like I said, one of my most treasured things is that friendship. Let me see here. So I posted this May of last year. Gosh. I often get asked what the favorite thing I've made. Tonight, I got a subtle and somewhat emotional reminder. During the kitchen renovations, I had a crazy idea of trying something I've never tried before. I wanted to build a countertop to honor my father's stalemate with cancer. It's my dad, Bruce. His pops. Who fought to the end. So how was I possibly going to memorialize everything he taught me in life? That was him. Side note. That's this man literally, like after like serious surgery, he wanted to get on the golf course. which you can have opinions, but look at him go. Watch out, Cassie.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you've proven your point.
That's Pops. So that was my dad. He was a badass. So I laid out the map, laid it out on how it would look with the contours, and I started routing the fiber optics. And this was one of those things where the people that were doing the kitchen remodel, they've never done anything like this. I was the first installer that was the creator of the project. So I built the project, I gave them design, and I said, I want to install this. And they said, we've never done this. We need a new contract. Fine, I'm a lawyer. That was a funny conversation. They were like, do you want to install? I was like, yeah, we need a contract. Okay, a lawyer, send it to me. Poured it, and of course, it was purple. And this was a while back, 2023. Poured it, laid it out, all the above, put his initials into it. It was the most special thing in the world. And then what ended up happening was I did a live stream for the members only from the shop, and it went late at night, and I walked upstairs and I had forgotten to turn the lights on. So they were off. So I walked upstairs, and this is what I saw. It's just the counter. It was Dad. It was the constellations. It was the sky. That's the counter. So if anyone ever asked me what my favorite project is or ever was so far, there ain't a question. Yeah. I love making stuff, man. It's the coolest thing ever. And I love sharing the making stuff too. Like you do it and you share it emotionally with, like, you've made things for me that I have bits of you. Where's my axe? Where the hell is my axe? Oh, here it is. These things. Like Ian has a pen that I made that has a bit of me in that pen. I have an axe cover that has a bit of him in it.
Kind of literally, because I did cut myself when I was making that thing.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. But Ian would never want this back, very much, I think, for the same reasons why I would never want anything back that I ever gave to anybody else.
No, I mean, if you sent that back, I'd be like, what the f did I do?
Yeah. Something cool about being a maker. And I tell people all the time, get out there, make something. I don't care what it is. Draw something, write something, film something, stitch something, build something, carve something, mold something. Just make something. What you put into that will come back to you tenfold. Yeah, it's pretty fucking remarkable. So, 3:48. All right, got to catch up on some of these chats. Oh. Amber, will the jury have their own jury room to hold union meetings? Cute, but no. Gotcha. What I wanted to say is the fact that she was negligent allowed everyone to be negligent. Yes, it's a good point. She could have set the tone and said, nope, not on my watch. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. It's just tragic. Yep. Elizabeth Walker, I love that I have a piece from Rob on my table. I have a piece from Rob on my table. Currently, it's displaying roses from my son. That's wonderful. That's why I like giving stuff away. I don't sell it, I give it away. Rosalie, what happened to your pinky, Rob? Nothing. They're fine. I was just playing with stuff.
You still got
Apple Silver.
Still got both of them.
Right. Could Hannah claim she has substance dependency issues and ask for treatment instead of jail? No. None of these facts. Just because, hadn't there been a previous armorer, though? Yes, there was, who walked off, right? Or were they pre-hire on Rust? Was there a prior armorer? I thought.
I don't think so.
But they had gone through interviews and people had rejected the job. I know that.
I think that there are people who rejected the job. I don't think they actually. I think Hannah was the armorer.
Yeah. This one's for you. Can you explain only 8 days to be an armorer? Good question. And
that's dumb. But I mean, theoretically, it should mean that there's only, that only, 8 days worth of gun filming happens. But that's not. We know that that's actually not what happens.
Explain the context. Explain the context. They told her from the production. They said you have to divide your time.
Yeah, and that's
why you walk.
Dumb. That's why you walk. Yeah,
that's why you walk. They said you have to divide your time. You can only be an armorer for 8 days out of a given period of time.
And you're not going to necessarily be on. There's going to be all sorts of other BS. It's just crazy, right? So, yeah.
We're going to pay you for 8 days of time for this role. Becca has thoughts.
And you've got to split your role to do other things. Like everybody else said, I have to do both armor and props. No. Yeah.
Becca has thoughts. I thought it was a non-union set. Am I wrong? I believe it was non-union. But either way. Kelly Bridenbaugh thought EB looked up the tampering in New Mexico, and it's an 18-month situation also for there. Something about level 4 only. I don't know.
I don't know. I'll have to look that up again.
Yeah, look it up. Alan Muller, the exclamation mark is an indication of his job. We refer to exclamation and a bang character. It was a shift B on the old teletypes. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Really curious about that one. Okay. All right. Thanks for the info. Just because, regardless of whether it was being streamed, should this have been made public in court anyways? No. The phone numbers of the people should not have been made public. View Galaxy, did you like her as a defense attorney in New Mexico versus Dean Cummins? This is not her first televised trial, so she knows. Was Morris the defense counsel in Cummins?
I don't know. I think so. I know that Bronca covered covered something she did.
Interesting. Steve A. This is such a, quote, everyone sucks here moment. Both sets of lawyers, the judge, Court TV, all of them. I don't disagree. Opposite of amnesia, the judge is the type of person who blurs random license plates in photos. I mean, you can. The Winslow, and you're supposed to. The Winslow wonder, honestly, this whole phone number issue is almost a perfect mirror of the whole Rust shooting situation. Just negligence on so many levels. If one person would have done their job right, this wouldn't be an issue. Like I said, I've got blame 1, 2, 3, and I hold them in that order. Zoe, why is defense attorney texting clients from their personal phone? Our law firm texts clients.
Lots of defense lawyers do.
Most do. The number of calls they handle are too voluminous to go through an office phone. You can't. It's not possible.
I've got client text on my personal cell.
Yeah. And I have a I have a burner cell number that is a digital number that is my cell for all intents and purposes because I get it here. Yeah. Karen G, 3 levels of failing resembles the case matter, kind of. Katrina Turner, they read the phone info out loud for HG, her stepdad, and the lawyer. It wouldn't matter if Court TV blocked out the screen. I agree. I also think that Runkle has a point on, I don't think the anger was directed at that. Jeremy Morton.
Something else was going on.
There was. A single answer for the jury as a whole getting questioned seems like it would be in the form of, did any of you see, hear, or do blank? I don't disagree. I just want to know what that blank is that I won't get an answer to. Bus stop person number 27. I think Monday is going to be an interesting day in court. I agree. It's gearing up to be that way. And usually, like, the theory of start strong, end strong is the same thing going into a week. You want to start the week strong and end the week strong. Nanner, EDB equals free memberships if you said the phone name. Oh. Okay.
That's why I was pushing you.
EDB is giving out memberships. Light Queen, I got here really late. Does Rob know why everyone is asking him the phone name?
He does now.
Found out. James, I think somebody in the gallery had their device open to Court TV looking at unpublished exhibits. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that might be the thing.
A juror was eavesdropping. Oh, wow. That
so you see, that's a very different...
that's a different thing.
Yep. That's a whole different world of pain.
Let me give you an example.
No, it is too much. Let me sum up.
No, it's not a sum up. Do you remember certain things that were displayed on screen in a trial that was very heavily protected, and someone from the gallery might have published images from that screen?
I know what you're referring to.
It is a big fucking issue. That is not for public consumption. It's not for the jury to see. It's not evidentiary. That's a problem. If that is the case, that is a big problem. And that person should be barred from the courtroom. Sweet Caroline 56 HGR hired as cheap labor for a low budget film. There's a lot of responsibility. Just low. Thanks for becoming a member. Lindsay, none of us have seen Defense and Rob's cousin in the same room at the same time. Just saying. It's possible. Caitlin Moore, ready for the frenzy. Curious for thoughts on Ruby Frankie. I will play that. I'm going to play that in 2 minutes. Brianna Pinkney, a few weeks ago, you played a video of Leo making pup noises. You ended up scaring my 100-pound Bernese mountain dog and jumped into my lap so I could protect it. Oh, that's great. Puppies are scary. Patty P, love FNF. Thank you. Ian, please, are you going to cover the response to Janet from the Girlies? Oh,
I haven't seen it yet,
the
but
latest in the Janet.
Somebody's got to send me the link because I don't know where that is. Oh, I mean, if you mean the one that's going to get filed on the 29th, then absolutely I'm going to cover that. But if you mean that there's something, out now, I haven't seen it. But yeah, when they file, you better believe I'm going to be all over that.
Yep. Lynn, unless the new homeowner rips it out, if they do, Rob has the memory of his father and making the countertop, not the physical things. Exactly. Gwen Bly, would you leave your number for if they want to remove it? Oh, yeah. They get the number. If they want to remove it, I'll take it. Pimp Poppy, Runkle, smell and swirl his drink. Ricada, lick the bottle. Weird. Okay. AG, did a custody and visitation hearing transcript and thought of you. Thank you, AG. AG is a newly vetted court reporter and is enjoying her new job. Or his new job, I don't want to presume. Just getting off work now, hoping you both doing well. Good gods, Rob, family law must be so stressful if it's anything like that. And criminal
Yeah.
law, too. It is. AG with a remarkably generous super chat. Also, I'm celebrating finally closing out my settlement with the insurance for the drunk driver that hit us back in
Ooh.
March. Wow. I'm glad that that came to resolution. A lot of them don't. I'm glad you're one of the few that gets to that resolution. Cheers to you too for all you do. You helped me get through the pain of recovery and inspired me to finish my CET certification. You know what? That's on you. Cheers to you. That's not us. That's you. So that's you doing that.
You did the work. We just exist.
And we just kept you company. You did the work. We kept you company. Congratulations, AG. I hope you love the job. I really do. Okay. So quick swoop, and then I want to get to, because I want you to see the Frankie.
I saw the Frankie. It made me want to throw things.
Hildebrandt,
Mm-hmm.
you want to brief Elaine?
Elaine? Where are we going on this?
You can do a short Elaine. Hang on.
I mean, my mic is on.
I was advised that Vice is being aggressive on their content, but this is from Twitter.
Oh, Elaine,
So,
yes.
this one.
They might have it flagged. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get kicked out, then, like, all right,
we're 4 hours
stream
in.
over. Yeah.
We're 4 hours in. We're 4 hours in. So here we go. Elaine Bredehoft is the attorney who represented Amber Heard against Johnny Depp. For those of you who are curious, the unicorns you see in the background, there is a reason the unicorn exists as the channel mascot, because a specific unicorn, hang on, the person on screen is responsible for Ziggy. Ziggy being the unicorn mascot of this channel, because it was during a live stream that this person, Elaine Bredehoft, was talking about how Amber Heard and the verdict against Amber Heard told every single female that they needed pictures and videos, and they would not be believed if they just came forward with their stories.
Man,
and I
your
got so mad.
Your pause game is on point today.
That's pretty good, right? Solid. I got so mad, and I was on stream, I think with Spidey or somebody, and they told me to like grab a stress ball, and this was intended for my niece, but it was over on the shelf right over there, and I grabbed it, and I was squeezing it, and the chat realized that what I was squeezing was this plush unicorn, and the chat goes, "Is that a fucking unicorn?" It's like, well, yeah. It's a gift from
And
my
chat,
niece.
it was actually just a regular unicorn.
It wasn't a fucking unicorn, it's just regular. But it was a gift from my niece, and
Chat's got a
it
dirty
just
mind.
as a stress ball. So I put it back on that table over there, and what I didn't realize was that the camera I was using at the point was not one of these that focuses on my face. It just hit everything, so people could see this in the background, and they started talking about the unicorn in the background of the chat whenever I was on a live stream. They started naming it, so they called it Ziggy Sawdust. So Ziggy Sawdust is, quite honestly, courtesy of Elaine Bredehoft, and Ziggy led a movement.
Now that is actually the pinnacle of her career, right there. It's all downhill from that.
It really is. It's terrible. Ziggy led a movement because people sent me Brewer Berries. If you ever see in the chat, Brewer Berries asked me how many nieces and nephews I had, and asked me if she could replicate and create crocheted unicorns to give to not just the niece that this was intended for, but my other nieces and nephews. And she sent them, and I gave them out as gifts. And I have Brew, who's up there hanging out, who's Ziggy's big brother. who's a crochet unicorn that she created. And then other people started sending and creating unicorns because of Ziggy. And that's why the members have a little Ziggy avatar they can put in chat. That's Ziggy, Ziggy Sawdust. So Ziggy is a creation in some part of Elaine Bredehoft, and more specifically, a creation of the stupidity, not stupidity,
Stupidity.
the gaslighting that she allowed to flow from her mouth in support of her client. Stupidly. That's just a short way of saying stupidity, isn't it? Yes, it is. Anyways, without further ado, Elaine.
Fan
So
base
I just
that
pause a
just
second.
adores him unconditionally.
So if you watched the special when it came out, and if that gave you a headache, that headache might have had a longer lifespan than Vice. Because Vice put this out and then like the next day shut off access to upload content from all of their reporters and has now announced that they're out of business. So,
No, really?
yeah. Like from the time of this to, you know, you've probably had a headache that lasted longer than Vice did after this. Like seriously. Vice has now vanished like a shart in the wind.
Well, that'll happen. I'm looking over at the chat right now, and the chat flooded with Ziggies. And that makes me feel freaking amazing. You guys have no idea what you did. I mean, Ian knows. What did chat do with the unicorn? I am the unicorn king.
Everything.
I am the unicorn king. I am the unicorn king. There is no, I have a unicorn hat. I have a unicorn onesie. I am the unicorn king. And it's because of this little guy. And it's because of what she said and how I reacted to it. So, let's get it spin.
He developed this fan base that just adores him unconditionally. They will blame whoever he might have done something wrong to. It's their fault.
We don't blame whoever he might have done something wrong to. We just don't believe the specific person who claims that he did something. Like she is going to make the argument that we're like, Amber Heard deserved to get hit. And that is not what anyone's position is. Everyone is looking at this going, it would be terrible if she was assaulted, but we don't think it happened because she lies so much. And like, Elaine, how much Kool-Aid have you drank here?
I'm glad you raised that point because I have lawyers that I categorize as Kool-Aid drinkers and non-Kool-Aid drinkers. So,
and she is
a Kool-Aid drinker.
I don't think she's even like just limiting herself to drinking it. I think she's got like Kool-Aid drink, Kool-Aid IV. I'm not going to say the other one. That was a little crass. Bad brain, bad.
Bad. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. My senior law partner, whom I respect, I litigated against him for years, and honestly, he likes to talk about the coverage of the Johnny Depp trial that I did a lot more than I do. But he knows Elaine, and he was like, Elaine he has given me firsthand accounts of the fact that she is a good trial lawyer. And the thing is,
Then what happened in the trial?
I don't know.
Wasn't in the trial.
I trust his assessment.
I do too. Like, I mean, she became famous somehow.
I look up to this attorney. Like, this attorney is someone who I've litigated against, whom I also respect. And he's telling me that he has seen her in trial and she is good in trial.
The thing is Amber is narcissistic AF, but also like charismatic and manipulative is what we have seen, right?
It.
I think she got Bredehoft, and I've said this before. I think she got Bredehoft wrapped around her finger, and like, you know, it happens.
That's what it is so it's in this part, it's I get when you're in trial in the moment. But I stop making excuses when the trial ends. When the trial ends, you are supposed to, and you know what's funny? What you said about the narcissist part?
Mm-hmm.
The latching on and the continued influence and the control beyond a date of any reasonable explanation. It's lining up a little bit too closely.
I think Elaine got this famous client, and this famous client told her day in and day out just how awesome she was and how special she was. And I don't know that Elaine had really heard that in the same way. I'm sure she knew that she was a good lawyer, but had never really been told, never really had somebody with that kind of status telling her just how amazing and important and special she was day in, day out. And, you know, you start to associate with that. And that seems to explain some of the bad decisions, which seem to have been driven more by Amber than by
Amica cream.
More by Amber than any sort of trial strategy. I think
this compact, Ian. This compact is what she used.
Yeah. And I mean, I think she was probably surprised to learn, like, when the internet was like, no, it isn't. I think she was probably like, what the hell? What? And, you know, she probably went to Amber, and Amber said, oh, you know, well, it was, you know, one like this, right? It was an example. And so she accepts that and moves, you know, and like, even really smart people can be taken in by con artists and hucksters. And I think that's what happened here. I think that, you know, so.
Oh, this is my favorite. I like this question. Did he in reference to my law partner, who is my senior partner, who I litigated against, did he watch the trial, and what was his take? His take was what we all kind of have seen. Like, this trial should not have been what it was. It became something different. Now, his take on the attorneys, mind you, he's a litigator. And I'm not going to tell you verbatim what he said because, well, some things are better just kept private. Litigators are competitive. And
did he say he could have won this one or won it?
No, he didn't say that. He said that he didn't understand what the hell was going on with Elaine. He didn't understand it. Like, what the hell was going on with Elaine?
I mean, her trials, like, I think Elaine was kind of captured by Amber, and Rottenborn, I think, wasn't as much. I think Rottenborn was sort of his own guy. And that's why you see Rottenborn trying to make the better argument. And I think he had more freedom because I don't think...
That's where I was. Now, this attorney that I'm talking about is an emotional litigator. He's not a fact. So Rottenborn is a logical and fact-driven litigator. He's one of those people that goes back to the logical argument. He's not trying to draw emotion. He tries to go back to the facts. Certain litigators in trial will go one of two routes. One will go to emotion. For example, in the Rush trial, the defense attorneys go towards emotion. They want the jury to feel bad for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. That's an emotional litigator. Then there are people who go to facts, which is like what Ian and I have been arguing when we talk about the Russ case. It's like, yes, emotion, but factually, No, guilty. You have to hold her guilty. You have to hold her accountable. Rottenborn is factual. Elaine,
And he's good at it.
is good at it. He's very good at it. Elaine was more factual, but tried to play emotional when that wasn't what she usually does. Now, the litigator.
Well, and the thing is that Rottenborn was going with arguments that are good arguments that Amber didn't want.
Yeah.
Now,
the litigator I'm talking about, my partner, is probably, I would call, the queen or king of emotional litigation. I've seen a lot, but this person's good with emotion. And it wasn't until he and I went toe to toe where we gained a mutual respect for one another. He's good with emotion. And what he was kind of funny was he's emotional, but he does that to combat the logical, because he goes against logical every day. And he realized that the only way to beat logical sometimes when you have bad facts is go emotional. Might sound shady, but that's lawyers.
I mean, it's true, right?
It's true. If you have a lawyer spitting logic, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, right? Perfect example. Lawyer spits logic, and the other one comes back and says emotion. You can sway a judge or jury. You can get it.
Hell, if you want to go real interesting, you can go with the Morgentaler case in Canada. And I'm sorry, it's a little controversial. Stop me if you want me to shut up. Morgentaler is the case that effectively legalized abortion in Canada. Oh. And the way that went down is that he would be called to trial and he would confess. Like, his defense was, I totally did it. And then he would explain why. And he would go into, like, here is what it looks like when people do this.
Tough job.
In alleyways and so forth.
That's the Roe v. Wade, the pretrial. Yep, got it.
And so what would happen is juries refused to convict him. Over and over and over again, the juries refused to convict him. And so ultimately, it would go up to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal would direct a new trial. And they would say the jury was completely unreasonable here.
And refused to convict him again.
It went to a jury. They refused to convict him. Eventually, it went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court went, this violates a privacy right. And that was, but the juries over and over and over again, his argument was never, I am innocent. His argument was always
the Supreme Court dodged, right? Like, you recognize the Supreme Court dodged. Like, they were like, privacy, not going to resolve any of the other stuff.
Oh, I mean, what they basically said is the government cannot legislate in this area because of the privacy interests. And it's, but I mean, his lawyers were masters of the emotional argument. And there have been other cases, similar. That's just the one that sort of leaps to mind. And like, whatever position you take on the abortion issue, I'm not telling anybody what to think about that, but it is a really interesting case study in litigation because of, we need to get back on doing trials of the century after Rust. Oh my God. But also it'd be a good one for trials of the century if we can if we can navigate the politics, because there's going to be a lot of people in chat wanting to fight each other, and chat,
I know,
don't fight each other.
Don't fight each other. We try to explain both sides. And the thing is, one of the things about Ian and I is we start to realize in the middle of a discussion where one of us is starting to take a position
and the other one takes a position against it,
and the other one starts to navigate the other way. It is a really funny thing. And I love this because Ian sees it happen naturally and he starts going, but. I'm like, oh no, I see where you're going. I'm going the other way. And we start just fighting. It's great. But what I was saying,
when you and Kurt were wrong about Google Maps.
Oh my God, I hate you so much. No, but I was saying is the lawyer I'm talking about did watch the trial, and he had a hot take that I will share here that I actually agree with. Camille Vasquez's cross wasn't this magical thing that only Camille could do. No, it was a regular cross. It was a regular and normal cross examination. Now, the caveat is
I'm going to put a flag on this.
The caveat
it was
is
it was a good cross,
yes.
and it was magical because it amber. amber.
Yes, and
that's the thing.
That's the caveat.
Every
caveat
lawyer
wants that. That's your dream.
I say this sometimes. And I've said, like, it is rare that you ever get to do a cross like the Amber Heard cross.
Exactly.
We all want to do that because, and I mean, I've had those moments where you just get to just walk up with an absolute shit-eating grin, and it's like, and I had one that just, the prosecutor afterwards, because I told him, I said, like, you should withdraw. And he said, why? I said, because I'm going to win. I said, I have got the cards against your witness. And he's like, well, what are they? I'm like, I can't tell you because I don't want her, like, you'll go talk to her and ask her to explain it. And I'm not faulting you for that. It's just, it's what I do too. But I can't do it. So you can either trust me that I've got the cards. I'm telling you I've got pocket aces. You can trust me, or you can assume I'm bluffing. But you need to know, I was like, do I have a reputation for bluffing? And he said, no, you don't. You've actually got the opposite reputation. And I said, so, and he said, listen, because of the cards, and it was an essay allegation. He said, because of the charges, I have to go ahead. I said, I understand. And we went up and, she testified, and he said, the instant I saw you stand up and walk over to the podium to start your cross, he's like, I knew that this was going to go badly.
Fucked. You were screwed.
He's just like,
you were ready.
He says, nobody looks that ready to go. And I got about a third of the way through my planned cross-examination. And I sort of did the initial, lead in, let's build some foundation, and then I was just, and I got about a third in before he said, can we take a break? And the witness says, I don't need a break. And he says, I do. And so the witness gets up, leaves, and he says, Crown is inviting a dismissal. This is obviously because I had her on a bunch, amongst other things. I had her Facebook comments, and one of her Facebook comments was, he's going to jail, and I don't care how many lies I have to tell to make it happen, or something like that. I forget the exact quote.
Oh, those are great. I love those. Oh.
And it was just like,
That's what I mean. So my law partner, and y'all keep it easy, because I'm gonna say something. You did not have to be Camille Vasquez for that cross. You could have.
She did a good.
Any competent attorney.
There's lots of lawyers who would have fallen on their face.
Yeah,
but Camille got to walk up to the punching bag and go to town.
Let rip. And when my law partner was like, any one of us in the room could have done that, I honestly believed him. Like, if I had the prep, if you had the prep,
I mean,
if you had the receipts, you would have loved. Let me tell you this right now.
I said it during the trial. I was like, I would love to cross-examine her.
I would have wanted to cross than Amber fucking Heard.
Yeah.
The ways that she left herself open for cross was, you could approach it any way. You could go in smooth, you can go in aggressive, and I liked the tactic that Camille took, because that would have been what I would have done, that lull, like smooth. But
and also
I agree with my partner, like
the thunder, the ray of fucking sunlight.
Oh, that was funny. That was just funny.
that was like,
hilarious.
oh my god.
That was just hilarious.
But the thing is, I could tell you why Camille was like why they had her cross in my thoughts.
Younger
And I could be
female.
wrong, but this is my theorizing. Number one, she's good. And that
Yes.
I mean that they could trust her not to fuck it up.
Yep.
Number two, I'm pretty sure they were grooming her for a partnership.
Yep.
She was already in the queue for a partnership thing. Number three, they needed a female lawyer to cross.
Yes.
Because Camille can punch for the soft bits in a way that a guy can't.
Correct.
And I mean, that isn't to say that you wouldn't, have a guy run things if you,
And number four, they needed someone who was not high enough that they would be so independent to try their own style. Like I really think there was.
I think she was given freedom to go her own style.
I think she was, but she was nervous enough not to go outside the bounds. She kept it. She kept it in rein. She kept it in. She kept it in.
Yeah.
Whether that's her own choice or outside pressure, I don't know. But she kept that concise. You have to agree. She didn't go outside. She didn't ask a question. She didn't ask. She did. Like, that was a good cross.
Well, the other thing is her team, the whole team, was brilliant at time management. Like they went in there, they slaughtered her, and they were like wrapped, done. And they finished that with, like, if I recall correctly, they finished with just enough time for like a little bit of trying to rehab, and like, there you go. They did a fantastic job of time management, and Elaine's team, by the end of it, they were on the ropes on time like on the time issues. It was, they're like, are you counting the sidebars, Your Honor? And she's like, yes.
What a well-managed trial. That I will say, of all of the trials that we have covered, when the idea of Depp v. Heard came and it was like, it's gonna be 6 weeks, and everyone was like, there's no way. It's like, no, Judge Ascarati, it's gonna be 6 weeks. It was 6 weeks. What a well-managed trial.
Oh, I mean, they had it down. She was like, sharp on things are going to happen. Like, this is the timing. It is, it was beautiful. And there was that moment when there was something like an hour left in the day, and Elaine said something like, can we wrap for the day? And Judge A said, we got an hour left. It counts on your time either way. Use it or lose it. And and they're like, okay, I guess we're getting up. And I was like,
that's what I mean. Like, that's my courthouse. That's my courthouse. That's my. I love that. I love that. You
want to appear in front of a judge like that, and you really don't want to piss a judge like that off.
Exactly. And you want to be in a system that operates with that level of respect for everybody, the people that are there, the witnesses, the litigants, you want to be there where if it's your trial day, you're going to get heard.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. They're not going to bump you because they couldn't manage their trial day before. They're not going to bump you because Judge Ascarati couldn't end the Johnny Depp trial on the day that she said she could. Because that's what we don't understand. That's what people don't get. If she didn't land that trial where she did, there could have been murder trials bumped like weeks for that. Like, that's no, like, you need that to run like a machine.
Oh, I mean, it could have easily stretched into 12 weeks.
Oh, we have 20 more seconds. Oh my God. Are you ready? Oh,
it only took us like an hour to get through the first 11.
Like, there was a lot of reminiscing that needed to happen. It felt good. It felt cathartic.
It did.
It felt cathartic. Oh God, you remember the pavement? Oh my God.
Oh, I still feel the pavement. I can tell you that. My back
Yeah.
has never fully recovered. This is a good one. I was sure this cross would be taught in law schools until I learned they don't teach trials at law school. I would love to
They don't teach trials at law school. I would.
I
love
would
to.
teach a course around the Depp v. Heard trial. I would.
Oh, I
I would
would.
take that up in a minute. So I would absolutely take that up.
Oh, I would. What part would you teach? Here's the question: would you teach the trial tactics, or would you teach the trial strategy? I would.
What's
elect
the distinction
strategy.
between the two?
Strategy: drop your counterclaim. Like maneuver that position, so you're not messing with that shit.
Oh, you mean for Amber? Yeah, I would have dropped
Yeah.
the counterclaim. I mean, it saved her $1 million
That's what I mean.
nominally.
What are you teaching? Are you teaching tactics, which is in trial, or are you teaching strategy, which is getting there?
Well, and that counterclaim got evidence that they didn't want in.
Yes, I know.
And
that's why I want to teach strategy.
I mean, I was talking about the one strategy aspect, which was like, I was like, oh my God, this is working up to Kate Moss without a cross.
Kate Moss, no cross. I know.
And I was like, I'm calling it. We're going to see Kate Moss, no cross. And it happened. And I was like, fuck yeah. So
Yeah, I know.
But that happened because I was watching in real time Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez and that whole team outmaneuvering Elaine and Rottenborn and so forth. And they were outmaneuvering in a lot of ways. They were outmaneuvering Amber. The other thing where I was just like, oh my God, they had Depp for round 2 of Depp. And I'm sure the whole reason for round 2 Depp was to get round 2 on Heard.
Yep.
Because once he went up again, she wanted to testify again so bad. I'm sure she put her foot down and insisted. Yeah, it was just like waving a red flag at a bull. And yeah, it was brilliant. And yeah, Lexa Faye in the chat saying dropping the counterclaim would have excluded all the psychovals and Dr. Muffins. Dr. Muffins, she beat them on, they tried to go after her. She crushed them. So yeah, I thought it was, really a good trial to watch. And yeah, Madam Jenkins saying, I bet Amber demanded that she testify again once Johnny went up. And I said, as soon as Depp went up, I was like, Amber's gonna go again. Amber's gonna give them another shot.
You know that was. And I hate to say that's not good litigation strategy, because that was just how bad one side approached it, like how blinded they were.
But sometimes litigation strategy
I know,
is about realizing your opponent's side's like berserk buttons.
Yeah.
And I mean, there is a lawyer in my area who doesn't like being a suggestion that he's inexperienced. And he's now got like 10 years in. And I've watched people prod him by suggesting he was inexperienced to make him so angry he was out of pocket, like just out of whatever. And it's like, you have to deal with that shit. If you have some sort of stuck up whatever, you got to deal with it. And
that counterclaim was the worst strategy
it brought in
I have ever seen. It was the worst. It literally it brought so much. You could not have gotten to any of Amber's conduct. None.
Oh yeah, no.
Because the only question would have been not whether Amber did anything, it's whether Johnny did something.
Yep.
Like, you would have never gotten to any of that.
She put it all in.
Not put it in.
That's exactly it. She put it all in, and
she wouldn't let it go.
And she wouldn't let it go. And it's because she had a dream. Amber had a notion of how this would work out. Amber had the notion that Depp's claim would fail, and that at the end of it, she would walk away with more money and a vindication where she could go and say, I am the greatest person ever. And, Depp is the greatest villain ever. And that didn't work out for her. So, yeah, props to her for bringing that in.
It's wild to think about it. Like it's one of those things where, and here's the thing, I'm going to be very candid with all the audience right now. I am very familiar with interpartner violence, more than I would ever want to be or ever thought I would be at this age or any age, period.
Because he does family law, people. This is not
Family
a confession or
no, not a confession. They were both terrible. This was a toxic ass relationship. My God, the things that happened, the text messages, the emails, the phone, all of it was fucking toxic.
I mean, the thing is I look at this and I'm a little more forgiving of Depp because she comes off to me like a manipulative narcissist.
Yeah.
And everybody who ends up in a shitty abusive relationship, almost all of them, end up looking... Nobody walks out of it like clothed in light and radiance.
He did some not so great things too. He baited her into traps. Like there was not good things. This was a relationship that got to a point where...
Oh, absolutely. Like it got to a point where both of them just legitimately could not deal with each other.
They brought out the very worst in each other. Now, here's the difference. And here's the turning point. This was a mutually destructive relationship. Except one of those people decided that they wanted to say that the other person committed these acts and that they were not in any way, shape, or form an aggressor. They wanted to literally redefine what these terms meant to the general public. And they said...
Well, and Depp just wanted a quiet out, right?
He did.
He wanted
this is
to
toxic, let me out.
And it's like, listen, we are awful for each other. Let's walk away and let's, that'll be it, right? Nobody has to throw shit at the other. It's just we walk away. None of the dirt comes out because there's dirt on everybody. And
that's why I align with him a lot more, because in my mind, in domestic relations practice, in divorce law, there ain't no... I'm sorry. Every single person that ever comes to me, none of y'all free from sin. It's not possible to get to that place.
Every once in a while, I see somebody who is like perfectly clothed in light and radiance and so forth.
1 in 5 million.
It's rare. And I mean, this is the thing, is there's only so many times somebody can punch you in the face before you
punch back.
Or just even send a text saying something horrible, right?
Yeah.
You know how many like badly abused women have sent a text saying something like,
you will be in the dirt tomorrow or something like that? Like, yeah.
Or just something like, I hope he dies, or something like that. Like, that happens. And, they were talking about like his texts, about like her. And it's like, who among us has not sent a text that they, in hindsight, if you went back to it, would regret about an ex. Who's never said bad shit about an ex?
So, but here's the problem: don't deify one of those parties. That is the problem. You cannot deify one of those parties. You can't say that one of them is now this miraculous saint that has done no wrong whatsoever, and thou art the holiest of holiest individuals who has never would cast aspersions on their spouse, and they would always honor that relationship.
You can, however, sometimes find a demon.
And
there's very few angels in the world. There are lots of demons.
They played a game with that. They were like, this is an angel. They said she's an angel, and the facts as they bore out made it to be like what you just said.
And I mean, my own personal theory, looking at this, is
she wanted control.
I don't think she wanted control. I think she wanted him to die.
I think she wanted control. And if she could not control, then the control would be in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think she would have considered the happiest outcome for her that he has an overdose and she inherits.
But she inflicted the overdose. Like, that was her decision. She directed it to occur. That's the problem with that case that drives me fucking insane, is that I've seen so many relationships where there's this behavior. And I will tell you that there was equal opportunity. Now, NPD and people on that with that diagnosis are not prone to suicide. They're prone to suicide ideations and expressions. They will say it often,
but they won't say it often. They don't do it.
They won't do it because they can't. But
they don't want to destroy the most perfect thing in the universe in their view, which is them.
Yeah. But I will say
also they tend to feel that if they do, then the other side of whatever, and when you've got narcissists, there's always someone who is the other side. They feel that person wins.
Keeping these two in a room together in perpetuity it's an atom bomb. You are accelerating particles at each other that are going to explode. Like, period. End of story. Like, there's no way that this relationship does not end in toxicity.
So, Rob, I am going to... I was going to say pull rank, but that's the wrong term because this is your channel. But I am going to do this. I can't hit the play button.
I can hit it. You want me to hit it?
I can bring the thing up, but I can't play it.
Well, Amber, what did you do to cause him to hit you? You must be the bad person here. And that's the way they thought. About 95% of the social media wasn't just anti-Amber. It was with a purpose to annihilate Amber. There's no way she could have survived this. There's no way anyone could have survived this.
Oh, fuck off.
That was 30 fucking seconds. That was 30 fucking seconds.
Now, to be fair, they chose those clips to piss us off. And to piss us off enough that we would drop the, what was it, $90 they wanted to watch this? I was going to do a review of the full Vice thing. And then I was like, no, fuck that. I want them to make no money. But, I mean, nobody, like, we were in that line.
Yeah.
Nobody was sitting there saying Amber deserved it. They were saying it didn't fucking happen. And that is the difference. Similarly, I spoke to the one young woman who was very nervous in the lineup and confided with me that she was there to watch Amber out of support of Amber.
I remember her, yeah.
And she was like, and I saw her afterwards in tears, and she wasn't saying, oh my God, Amber deserved it. Fuck, like that.
was the
She
day she
was in
testified.
tears because she
It was
said,
the day she testified.
it was the day Amber testified, and she was in tears because she said, oh my God, Amber is lying. And she was upset that Amber, who she identified with, right? I'm sure that this woman was herself a victim of possibly, and I didn't pry into her history, right? I'm sure that she was the victim of, possibly horrific abuse. She identified with Amber. And when she saw Amber testify, it was like, she was like, oh my God, she's lying. She, how dare her? Like, how dare she? And she was really, really upset by that. She wasn't going, oh, Amber like, fuck you, Elaine. Fuck you. Are we past 2? Oh yeah, we're long past 2 hours.
Long past. Long past.
And I'm sorry, it's your channel. I shouldn't be ranting and swearing at but oh my God, it pisses me off.
I will always cut you off if I feel like you're going too far, just like you do with me. You're fine.
Yeah,
it was very frustrating. So, I know that I wanted to play the Frankie sentencing and Hildebrandt sentencing, but
we're gonna die.
I can't tonight.
We're gonna
die. I apologize very much for that, because I watched it earlier this week, and the statements and the failure to take accountability was really rather the play at taking accountability but not taking accountability was
that made me mad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be doing a Rust recap on Monday. I'm going to be doing Rust recaps as long as there's Rust trial. I am debating whether I want to do anything else for like the Monday fun day kind of thing, but I am thinking I may just stick with Rust. But if I do anything else, I may look at the Hildebrandt and Frankie sentencing, because
I'll tell you right now, Ian, stick with Rust.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stick with Rust. One topic is going to be easier for you to do, and you've got more than enough to give on that topic, my friend. Like, honestly, that's your bread and butter. This is your bread and butter. This is the trial you have been waiting for, except for Baldwin. Oh, that trial. It's going to
Baldwin,
trial. It's not playing.
It depends. If they lose badly enough on this one, they might pull on Baldwin. Maybe.
No.
But I think they're going to go to trial on Baldwin. Baldwin will not plead. There is no plea. Hannah, her career in film is dead, right? It is dead. I don't know if she knows it's dead. She might be a little deluded and thinking she can get it back if she wins.
Yep.
Baldwin, on the other hand, is in a position where if he wins, his career is not dead. His career can keep going.
It
if
can.
He wins.
But by the way, I'm going to say this. I sympathize remarkably for Alec Baldwin's attorney, because keeping him off the stand
it's going to be tough.
Not going to be possible. Like,
also,
best of luck, counsel.
I need to play a video.
Go. To business. Did you see the new intro to FNF?
I did not. I was wrapping up my own.
Would you like to?
Yes. Well, that's high octane.
That was like 20. That was like 20 minutes of work. I just kind of went with it. It was a lot. It was a lot. I need to tone it down. There was a lot. I need to tone it down.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you're about to fight whichever lawyers are in the news right now. And I mean, that would be a funny.
I mean,
that'd be a funny channel idea anyway. It's like, and now today in the Paltrow trial, and then you see Greg Owens walking out of the courthouse, and there's Rob like swinging on him.
Well, I mean, it's like the debates between you and I. It's like that's the precursor to the knockdown dragouts. Oh, okay. Mary Coppola, I'd like your thoughts of leaving. It. You're starting a new chapter, and you will figure out how to incorporate your dad again. Yes, leaving it is good luck for the next owner. They're being watched over by a guardian angel. That's a wonderful thought I didn't think of. Thank you. Gabriel, Heart, you both look up Teddy Bear Museum, Doberman, Barney, LOL. Great content.
That said, I would watch the movie that's the trailer for. It looks like a pretty good action movie.
It's epic, right? It's really exciting. I miscalculated. I was amped because I was so upset by what I saw today. Teddy Bear Museum.
Are you going to visit a teddy bear museum?
Hang on. Don't interrupt me.
I'm interrupting.
Stop. Ready. Okay. If you ever want to know like how like brothers act, that's kind of how it is. Lindsay, when I go back and watch those old streams, your office looks so, I have to say, unclothed because super chats censor the other word. Yeah, naked. Narcissistic. Law number, I would challenge you to a unicorn collection duel. Right.
Don't do it.
Oh, don't.
I'm pretty sure she's got the...
Who? You think she's got me beat?
I think she's got the cards.
Really?
Oh, my dude. You're sitting on pocket jacks?
Do I not? I don't know this.
You're sitting on pocket jacks betting against pocket aces.
I don't know. I've got hundreds. No. No.
You're going all in on pocket jacks, my friend.
Narcissistic. You got to tell me what the bet is. I got to know what the bet is. I have to know what the bet is. Because, and what qualifies. Like, I have a hoodie. Does that qualify? I have hats. Does that qualify? Does that qualify? So I need terms.
Pocket jacks, my friend.
I get it. I need to look up. I don't know narcissistic. I don't know narcissistic. I appreciate.
You might have a good hand, but there's still plenty of room for someone else to have the nuts.
I completely get it. I am now really nervous, but also very curious. Like I am now intrigued. Alan Muller, drinking IV is okay. Anything else would be asinine. Solid.
Oh, that is
Time
awesome.
Lords, Mad Mod love for your exalted legal unicorn. Thank you, Time Lords. Nick Loss, still want to hear more about the Canadian counterfeiter who made $250 million and only got 6 weeks in jail. Seriously? That's interesting.
Well, that's only because it was like $12 American.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Nick Loss, I know that you're. I want to see your analysis on the labor contract. So, do a video on that. I want to see that. Mary Salvi, you two are brothers, like twins. A verbal dance, one with dark beard, the other with silver hair, and both amazingly creative and good souls. That is one of the kindest compliments I think I've ever heard. So, thank you. Yeah, I love jousting with Ian. We have a lot of fun, and
you gotta be playful in life.
You do. what is it? You can't take life too seriously. You might not end up. You might not.
Nobody gets out in the end.
You might not make it alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a great God. Vincent Rando, what was your guys' single favorite moment you witnessed from inside the courtroom?
It's the Vasquez cross because of not just the cross.
Thunder. Tell me
the thunder.
The thunder.
Yeah,
that was
beam of light. It was
the phones going off in the all of it.
If you put that into a movie, people would say this is stupid. This is overwrought. This is unbelievable. You can't no, nobody's going to accept this. But it happened. It was there in real life. And the only reason it probably hasn't ended up in a movie since then is because you can't pick it up as well watching the video as it looked in the courtroom, and none of the reporters were there in person. So
it was the darkness that came upon, how the courtroom light changed when the clouds, when all of that came through. That storm passed through in a second. It was it was wild. Another addition is there's a moment that I remember from that day earlier, before we were in that courtroom, literally just laying on the pavement and trying to take naps. And the weird, it's a weird thing, but it was a lot of fun. It reminded me of college, like we were kids.
Well, and we had times when the line was sometimes the line was a little contentious. And so it was a matter of I'm going to take a nap, will you watch out? And then after a couple hours, one of us wakes up and is your turn, and we'd sort of alternate because you can't sleep long, you can't get a good 6 hours on on concrete. So, we would have that sort of trading off thing. It was It
was fun. There's an element of it that was terrible but fun.
Absolutely.
I loved it.
I mean,
I loved it.
Being in the line was often miserable, but if you gave me a time machine to just give me front of the line privileges so I didn't have to be there.
No.
Yeah.
Pass.
Actually, I will probably do one thing on Monday that is aside from a Rust thing. Ariana Jacob has some news, and I think she's coming on to talk about it. So
Ari, are you in chat? Is Ari in chat? She lurks. Ari, are you lurking right now?
Oh my God. So one of the Apple Silver sent me a picture of his cat's opinion of pigeon business.
You can pull it up.
I'm not pulling it up because a lot of that picture is red.
Oh.
There is a lot of blood.
That's a lot of pigeon that is no longer in business.
Well, it's that the cat heard the pigeon business noises and decided to go berserk on. And so.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad, but I also love the thing. So I may have to give a warning of hey, I'm about to play the thing. Maybe yeet the cat into a closet or something.
Ariana is not Ariana, it's Ariadna. It is Ariana
was
Jacob.
Suing Taylor Lorenz.
She was suing Taylor Lorenz. And her lawsuit, which they sought to dismiss, they overwrought. They won that motion to dismiss. The lawsuit proceeded. And Ian apparently has new news. And Ari will occasionally show up in chat and sometimes hang out with the boys. She's probably going to catch us on replay, but
I'm hoping she'll be able to come on Monday. So yeah.
Got that one. AG, Amber Heard made it harder for DV survivors.
She did and she didn't, because I heard a lot of domestic violence survivors who said that they found the trial to be cathartic because they identified with Depp.
They came forward. Cookie, don't overdo it, Ian. Thanks for everything you do for both of us. Do both for thank you. Oh my gosh. Thanks for everything you both do for us.
No.
Thank you.
Happy to be here.
I want all of this love. Like, please go show it on Monday. Please do it. AG, 1, yes, she, her. 2, I'm a CET transcriber. I work for the court reporters who take notes but don't want to do their final transcripts. Thank you. Very kind of you to share. Also, remarkably proud of you because you have been commenting and engaging with your progress from even deciding to undertake this path. Like way back when, like you were like, I like trials. And I was like, I want to do this. And then you started studying. It's been really cool. That's a really cool thing.
Yep.
Fender, replay crew, attorneys and psychs. The shit we see. Y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Michelle M., just treasure your memories with your dad. Those are forever. I think of mine daily, and it's been 30 years. It's never going to end, and I always do. Lindsay, thank you. Probably not a compliment on par with previous, but you both seem like you give exceptionally fantastic hugs.
Have you seen how bony I am?
He gives good hugs.
I'm bony.
He gives good hugs. They're warm. Devin. Hey, Devin. Great stream tonight. I'm off to bed. So are we. That's the end of all the Super Chat catch-ups. We can't do the Frankie and Hildebrandt stuff because it is 2 a.m. my time, and I've got stuff to do tomorrow. Thank you guys for being here. Before we run the outro, I do want to play this little short clip. It's a little bit of fun. My friend Brandon, the Wandering Bard, he did something about 5 months ago that I never actually showed, but I listened to it tonight and it made me happy. So we're going to listen to this and then we're going to get out of here. Come on, Brandon. You got this.
Watch you get a copyright strike. All right. Happy weekend, folks. Have a good weekend. Good night, all. You know what the difficult thing about